Test. Okay. Hello, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you can hear me now. Hopefully the sound is right. I tried to move the filters over. Every time I see the microphone goes out. Actually, when I opened earlier and I was having all the other issues, microphones were just fine in OBS, and then I fixed the other issues and the microphones go away. So it's every stream lately we're doing that. So welcome Alicia. Alicia, you're from Colombia. Awesome. Yeah, we're gonna be flying out of Bogotá, Colombia. I'm just loading in Flight Simulator right now. Usually I have all this ready by the time, well, usually, I don't know how many times I've actually gone live or ready to go on time, just because something always pops up, something always breaks. Today was the stream, like OBS, my overlays were all broken, so I had to fix that, and I was updating all the stuff. This is the problem with only being able to stream and get on the computer, once a week. Alright, so I'm gonna... We'll go here. Yeah, we'll go here. Let's go to the main scene. I'll show you what I'm doing, setting it up. We'll go behind the scenes here. So we're going out of El Dorado International, and where do we want to? Forget where we. Oh yeah, I think we want to go gate 76 because there's an Avianca right there. And I think I'm gonna do, we'll do live. All my stuff is all over the place. Yeah, the real flight time is 9:15 in the evening. I don't really want to fly completely at night, so I like to do. I've been doing live lately for the time, so it's pretty cool. Let's just get the weights and balances. Doesn't really matter. We'll set that in the sim or in the plane itself. Avianca is what we're gonna be flying today, and we flight 8380. Okay, so you got a little bit behind the scenes there. That we don't need the arrival airport. Why? Everything should be good there. All right. We'll move this back here. While that's loading in, it's gonna take a little bit of time. Get the cool background and everything. I usually don't like to show these screens, but why not, right? Let's do some behind the scenes, other stuff. Okay, Aircraft starts is being slow. New flight. Front seat brief. That's good. I'm just over at Navigraphs, pulling up charts and everything. Getting that all ready to go. Thanks for your patience. Glad you're here this morning. Hope you're doing well. Since you're in Colombia, I believe it's, what, 6:13 in the morning for you as well? Maybe 7:13? I think Colombia's just an hour ahead of where I'm at in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Central time zone in America. Slowly loading in. Slowly loading in. It's always a little bit of a problem. Okay. Oh, yeah, I think every time I reset, I have to kind of fix my webcam here. For some reason, OBS doesn't maintain your video settings. It's a little too bright. Not where I want it. 6:13. Yep, same time zone then. Yeah, this is taking a little bit of time. I typically don't even start the stream until I'm loaded in. I'll just wait, but yeah, sometimes the simulator will load quickly, sometimes it will take a while. That's why you always want to get this stuff loaded in before you start streaming, if you can, but of course it's like 5:55 and I open up the overlays for the stream and they're not working. It's like, what happened? But I think, oh, of course, there's and everything's updating all the time. All these extra programs I'm using, you know, during the week when I work 12 hours a day, and so I get home and I don't really have time, you know, with the baby. I don't have time to jump on and just make sure things are updated. Last night I should have just gotten up here, opened everything up, made sure all the updates are done. Here we go. But I think there's one more thing there. I think I have everything open that I need open. Too much stuff. Too many extra little goodies that kind of slow the whole thing down. I think maybe I just need to go back to vanilla, right? But today we're going to be flying, this is a World Tour Flight 169. We're going to be flying out of El Dorado International Airport in Bogotá, Colombia, flying to Viru International Airport in Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia. And let's see, we're on Avianca flight 8382 on the Airbus A320. We're using Flybywire's amazing A32NX mod for that. It's the only way to fly the Airbus A320. If you're doing the vanilla version that came out of the box, you need to do something about that. It's free. Get the fly-by-wire. Also gonna be using FS HUD ATC, GSX Pro, ground, so hopefully that all works out good. Yeah, I think you can see some of that stuff right there. Alright, ready to fly. Perform grounds is doing okay because I don't have all kinds of other planes jumping in yet. I think GSX Pro is already gone because these are some of these ground craft that are from that. All right. Just getting a few things set up. I always like to get the drone camera. I'm not very good at the drone camera still. How to like do all this stuff with the keyboard shortcuts. Oh, frame rate. Oh no. It's because I think it's loading in all the other aircraft right now. This is live time. I guess. Seems a little. I think so. Starting the flight FS HUD. All these planes on FS HUD ATC. They're pulling in from altitude through traffic. Hey, Tyler's got this. Flight simulator now. Awesome. Alright, we're on gate 76. That away from me now. Bring that up later. As we're talking right now. This updated GSX, hopefully it works. What it should do. Why would it? It's on my microphone. Shouldn't be that loud. Huh. Alright, well, we're going to get in here and set it up. Maybe we're not going to be able to use the ground stuff. I was hoping to use it with the A32NX just because the A32NX doesn't have ground handling like the PMDG and other stuff like that. But, well, GSX isn't working right now. Scripting engine says, okay, fine. I'm about to kind of send GSX back. There's been a lot of pushback, blowback on GSX Pro, kind of being loud out here. I wish there was a way to kind of adjust the. I think there is. Let me just. Really, no way to mess with the volume on those. Alright, so here we got they've updated this, they've done this a while back now, but they've updated the DFB here in the A32NX, looks really cool. We got the forward door open, jet bridge is here, we're going to get the ground power unit. And, again, like the only bummer, I have it right now, I don't see cool ground stuff, so I think it's still really good. We got Avianca. So I think the GSX ground stuff is here, but we're not going to be able to actually interact with it as well. Maybe. Let's see what happens. Baggage truck, catering truck. Let's just see what happens. Alright. Well, let's start going through this and get this plane set up. Parking brake is set. Let's go like this. Parking brakes set. Wipers are off. I didn't see them going. Spoilers are retracted. Flaps are retracted. Engine master switches are go right here in the off position. Ignition is in the normal. thrust levers are in the idle position. I'm going to turn up my integrated lighting. Looking around here. Turn these displays up. It's going to be day, so we're going to want our displays bright because of the sunlight. Landing gear is down. Nose wheel anti-skid. Okay, I updated this. Why is this sticker right here? I was supposed to be able to get the terrain on the radar. Maybe it's only for experimental, but I could have sworn I saw someone say it was for development. So in the experimental version, we actually get terrain radar. Unfortunately, I'm not using experimental because every time I use it, I have issues. So I'm going to stick with developmental. We'll just have to wait. I was kind of looking forward to seeing the radar, but the one I really want to see is the weather radar. You know, terrain, whatever, but go up top and turn up this integrated lighting and get the battery switches on. Alright, battery switches on. External power is available. So turn those on as well. Strobe lights set to auto. And our ADIRS nav 1, 2, and 3. Through oxygen supply. Just clear all the white lights. Kind of do a flow. Do our APU fire test. Engine 1. Engine 2. Alright. Don't need the fuel pumps yet. Looking through here, we'll turn on the nav logo light. We don't need the wing light. Seatbelt signs, we'll keep them off. No smoking set to on. And emergency lights armed. We're going to jump over to the EFB. Start getting our fuel on board. Really upset that we don't see the cargo handle on the ground in a second. It's really cool. And sorry if the out here it's louder in my voice. I don't know why. Yep, I'm not gonna be able to do ground services in a second. Kind of sucks. For some reason didn't load in. Oh well. Whatever. Fuel, that's what we want. Payload. So this they added, this is a new one where they added the payload. I think we can get it right from some brief. There you go. And then this is going to begin boarding. So before we do the boarding through the FMS over here, there you go, ATSU, AOC, the new comm menu there. When we do weights and balances, you can do it all through here. I'm going to do it through the EFB and see how much we can do over here now. It even shows us where the passengers are seated. You can, I think, just move things around. You can add more cargo. We're not going to do that. We want to get the actual amount. We got 400 kilos of cargo, 132 passengers, 0 fuel weight right there. We're going to do real boarding time. Each passenger, they're counting as 104 kilos. I'm guessing that's their carry-on. Per passenger bag weight, only 1 kilo. That doesn't seem right. You're also, so you can change this. It looks like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Let me just check if that jives with what we have in this in brief. We did pull it. Yep, 132 passengers. Okay. Alicia lives 11 hours southwest of Bogotá in a town called Florencia. 11 hours. Man. Well, I suppose. Well, how big is Colombia? Colombia's got pretty big. I mean, that's got to be, because Bogotá's in the middle of. Yes, 11 hours. Yeah, I suppose Florencia. I wonder where that is. Is that kind of like in the south? I could just look it up, but I'm kind of looking on the map right now. South, what is it? South, you said southwest. In a town called Florence. I guess that could be 11 hours, yeah. Again, you know, the Mercator projection, the map I'm looking at has the Mercator projection where it stretches everything in the north, and, you know, South America and Africa are kind of compressed a little bit. So you kind of forget how big, like, Brazil or even Colombia, which doesn't seem that big. You know, 11 hours. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I'm just looking. I mean, it could be 11 hours just because of the roads and, you know, the winding or whatever through mountains. All right, anyway, let's get into this. That's really cool. 11 hours. 11 hours out of Pagoda. Cool. Payload. So here's our payload. We're not going to do that yet. I want to start getting the fuel on first. We pull this from SimBrief. That's pretty cool. We just pull everything right from SimBrief. I don't have to put it in. I like to just add a little extra, though. So we'll do 9,700 kilos. We're going to do real-time fuel. It's going to take 5 minutes, and there it goes. I don't think it's good. You know what? We're just gonna act like it is. GSX isn't working, and some of the things with GSX breaks the immersion more than almost not having some of the stuff. So, all right, just turning these screens up. These are the ones I forgot to do. All right, and I'm also gonna get my clearance. So I'm going to bring up FS HUD for you guys. You can see, there it is. I'm going to request flight clearance.
Climb 11,000 in as filed.
There you go.
Squawk 6554.
You guys weren't able to hear the audio before because, again, everything is kind of messed up. So let me know if you're not hearing something. You should be hearing stuff. I'm going to check kinds of things.
Avianca A382, red back correct. Wind ready. Contact El Dorado ground 121.8.
Alright, so our initial climb is going to be 11,000 feet.
Contact El Dorado ground 121.8. Avianca A382.
And what's also cool is I can do the ATIS for this area. So we are Pagoda ATIS. Where's the ATIS? There it is. El Dorado ATIS.
El Dorado ATIS information. Bravo
Hey, Carol.
1119er. Wind 320 degrees at 6 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Sky condition. View 1,700 feet. Scatter 8,000 feet. Temperature 9er. Dew point 1. QN8 1028. Transition altitude 18,000. Transition level. Flight level 190.
This is really nice because then I don't have to go to the charts to figure out my
31 right.
transition level.
Departure runway. 31 left. 31 right. Advise you have information. Bravo.
So we have information, Bravo.
El Dorado.
Wind. We have wind 320. And again, this isn't too unrealistic to be able to see it because on these big airliners, they'll usually print it out or have it on their little message screen here. But I usually can't get ATIS. It's kind of cool with FS HUD that they have this ATIS thing. Really cool. All right, so that's FS HUD. We'll start hearing some other. Turn this up. German German. Okay. Getting distracted. Put that away. You'll hear some stuff going on. All right, so we can start setting up. Well, or actually, we can start getting the passengers on board. So we're gonna go payload, and here you go. Get on board. Yes. No. Are they gonna start going on board? Oh, that's right, they added this. Why can't they come on board? Okay, so we'll do it through, let's see if we can do it through here. Send a request. Oh, I already had it in there. Start boarding. There we go. Starting to board. I'm going to open up PACX. PACX is what I use for passenger tracking as well. Kind of almost redundant now with PMDG and whatchamacallit. Well, ground service, you know, GSX also has some passenger simulation, so there's all kinds of different ways to do it now. I've got way too many different programs doing the same thing. Flight time is going to be about an hour. I'm going to put in our estimated flight time about 3 hours 45 minutes. I thought it was going to be longer, but it's not. Neo. should be boarding music, but I can't hear it. I don't know what's going on there. Alright, bye Carol. Welcome in and see you later. Hopefully you come back later. But let's see, let's get the MCDU set up. Let's do that. Shouldn't take too long because I can just pull it from SimBrief. I usually like to do it manually. I've done it manually a lot, but we can actually just request it now from SimBrief. There you go. So our there's our takeoff, our arrival, our alternate, our flight number. I'm going to change the flight number because otherwise it will. I don't think ATFS, but the in-game ATC will screw it up, and they'll keep saying the Alpha Victor Alpha for the flight number. Cost index of 8, flight level 390 is our cruise. We can do winds and temps. Let's do a wind request. So it's really cool, it just pulls everything in right from the SimBrief. That's already there. We don't need to do anything on that. So we'll go to, I think, the... There it is. There's the next page. So we're going to have to wait on this until we get our passengers and everyone on board, fuel on board, all that. We're going to jump to the flight plan. Flight plan's already in here. Double check it. Jump over, bring up SimBrief. You guys can double check it with me. Let's find where I want there. Quick double check. So we got Sierra Juliet Echo, Uniform Papa, and then we're going on Airway Uniform Papa 525. That's right so far. Taking that until we get to Romeo Charlie Oscar. There it is. Then onto Uniform November 420. Flight plan discontinuity. We're gonna see. We're going Victor India Romeo. That's the VOR for the airport. We're gonna go direct to the final. So what we can do to clear that, we're gonna go into. I don't remember where things are on here. Oh, we just click on this. So our takeoff is gonna be runway. Did they give us a runway already? Yep, 31 right. With the Bogu 2C departure. 31 right. Bogu 2C for Charlie. Departure, transition. I'm just going to go, that's right there, Sierra Juliet Echo. Insert. That's going to insert that. So let's see what we got. Discontinuity now. Let's go clear this one. In the A320, you just go clear, boom, like that. I think in the Boeing and the CRJ, the Canadian Regional Jets, you click on this and move that waypoint wherever you want it. And then same down here for our arrival. Click on the airport. Arrival. We're coming in ILS 34, and I believe I picked 34 uniform. Transition or via is going to be the VIR. Victor India Romeo. No stars available. Insert. And now we should have no discount.
After you put your carry-on inside of it, please close the bin as a courtesy to other passengers.
Perfect.
Once all your items are put away, please clear the aisle and sit down in your seat to allow other passengers to find their seats as well. If you are seated in an emergency exit row, please leave the exit seating responsibilities in the safety card in the seat back in front of you.
We're going to do flaps
please
1.
make sure you are willing and able to perform the actions required. If you are not able or prefer not to perform these actions, please let a flight attendant know so you can be reseated.
Actually do have a
Feel free
performance
to use your
calculator.
cell phones during the rest of the boarding process, but we do ask that laptops, tablets, and any other larger electronic
Hey,
devices
Aviation,
are secured
hell.
once we depart from the gate.
Judith,
Thank you, and welcome
hello.
aboard.
And Florencia is flanked by the Andes, the Amazon rainforest, Rio Ortegazuaza, and Rio Carqueta. So a couple of rivers, the rainforest, and the Andes Mountains. Awesome. That has got to be probably a beautiful area. Yeah, I don't live in, well, where I lived in China I thought was pretty beautiful. My wife's hometown, but now we're here in Milwaukee, my hometown, which has its own beauty. We have Lake Michigan, which is like an ocean, right? Okay, let's pull this up, you guys. Performance calculator. There it is. This is a SimSmart A320neo performance calculator. I already got the metadata in. Our runway is dry. Q and H. Okay, so they're still saying we do the Q and H in inches. I switched it to the other. That's where we are. No engine ice. Takeoff weight. Yeah. As I said, we kind of have to wait until all of our passengers are on board. Let's see if I can see that on the FB. Okay, the FB is working now. I just couldn't get it to work. Okay, we got 80 passengers on. All the cargo's on. You see the zero fill, the center of gravity. Right now it's 40%. It's supposed to be 23. This is actually cool. It actually shows me what the center of gravity is going to be, so I can put that in right now. Takeoff weight, though, I don't know that for sure. I don't think there's anywhere I can find that. I think, performance, I need, oh no, I'm looking at my calculator here is what I need that. Takeoff weight. Let me see, do I have takeoff weight on the plan? I think I do. Takeoff weight 65.9. So let's put that in. We'll see if that's the same. If it isn't, if it changes, we'll just reset everything. So 65.9 tons. Our center of gravity is going to be forward because it's going to be less than 27%. Our takeoff thrust is going to be flex.
We're ready to go when you are.
And you know what flex means is we're going to. So the temperature outside is 9 degrees. But we're going to put in a temperature like 50, and so the plane's going to think the temperature is 50 degrees outside, and that means it doesn't. The performance of the engine is going to be different, but it saves on the amount of speed that we need to take off, fuel, and all that. Climb thrust is going to be CL climb, and then conf is our flaps 1. Air conditioning, keep that on. Calculate. You see our flex temperature is 54 degrees. So we're going to tell the plane that it's actually 54 degrees for the takeoff. Transition's already in there. We have our takeoff speeds, which seem a little wrong. They're all 162. But actually what that means is that 162, so our rotate is this one we rotate, 162. So at that speed we're going to pull on the stick, go up. V1 is the highest speed we can get on the runway and still be able to abort the takeoff and be able to stop in time. And I'm not always sure what V2 is, because that's... I'm not sure what that speed is for. For some reason I haven't looked it up either. Alright, so back to our initial page, or here we can think. Yeah, we're just waiting for the passengers and everything on board on that page. Just Simon, I'm not on VATSIM. I'm using FS HUD ATC, which inserts, these are all AI planes. Like we got this one parked on. I was trying to use ESX Pro for the ground stuff, and I'm still a little, I like FS HUD ATC, but sometimes it seems like there's not a lot going on in here. There's all the planes parked, but they're not taxiing. Even this one is taxiing. Spot. That one's sitting there. They're not moving around all the time. I noticed when I would just do the Alpha India Group traffic injection, there'd be a lot of planes taxiing, and you get into a nice traffic jam at the runway. So we'll see what happens. There's all kinds of little things I've bought and tried out, and which ones work the best and don't. All to kill the frame rate, right? All right. So we're about ready to go. We're going to put on the predictive wind shear, lock the cockpit door. Fuel is on board, so we can turn on the seatbelt lights. I'm also going to turn on the fuel pumps. Actually, I need this pump right here for the APU. And we're going to hit the master switch on the APU. On the A320nX, there is no flap on the side. It's right in the back. Once we... we're going to hit start. Here it comes. Thanks for the subscription, Spizy. The only thing I don't really like about the FS HUD ATC is that the other planes are too loud. It always sounds like they have their engines completely roaring while they're at the gates. It's the only problem. Well, it's not the only problem, but sound-wise, because right there, usually I can go outside the plane and hear the ATC. You can't really hear it because all those other planes are so loud. Alright, I think all the passengers are on board. They are. So we can go in here. There's our 0 fuel weight center of gravity. Fuel planning, we need 9.6. We have 9.7. Ooh, that's actually pretty close. Takeoff weight 66.1, so that actually a little bit more than I was planning. Let's see if that changes anything. Okay, I think I did the calculation. It didn't change any of our stuff there. Trip headwind. So if you want your headwind for your trip here, or your tailwind, you're going to look on your SimBrief flight plan. Be right up here under, you have your cruise system, that's going to be your cost index of 8. And right here you have your average WC. And here it says P022, that means plus 022. That's going to be a headwind, I believe. Oh no, that's going to be a tailwind, because you're getting an extra 22 knots. So it's going to change our fuel consumption and estimates, all of that. Tailwind, anything else I want to do in here that I usually look at? I was just kind of lost it. Oh yeah, our takeoff, our thrust reduction. Oh, that's automatically in there, isn't it? Looks like it's automatically in there. It's a little high, but it's close enough. On the calculator it says 93.54. Here it's 98.60. We'll just keep it. Not worth the time to change that. Alright, I think we are ready for the pushback. We have the barometric reference, VOR, ADF if required. We'll do that later. Initial altitude 11,000. IRS alignment check. Our map is on ARC and 10, and our flight directors are both on. So we're going to disconnect the ground services. We have the APU on. We're going to disconnect external power and our jetway. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Bolivia. Our flight time will be roughly 3 hours and 45 minutes. Please note the cabin door is now closed. We ask that you make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your larger devices are now shut down and stowed. If you have not already, please fasten your seatbelt and verify it is low and tight across your lap.
I usually don't use this in pushback, but I'm going to try it again.
Cabin crew, secure doors for departure.
The only thing what they need to do is they need to do an automatic where you can plan it. And that's where pushback helper comes in, or pushback planner. So I'm going to try pushback planner instead. We're going to turn that off. We're going to try pushback planner. If that doesn't work, I'll just use my pushback helper and that works. So let's see if this works. Right. There it is. I just remember the one for X-Plane just worked so well, and nothing has really come out super great, or I haven't had really good success with a pre-planned pushback programs yet. There's an airport southeast of Florencia, but it flies to 5 domestic destinations by 2 airlines. Cool. Yeah, something I kind of want to do. The train coming by right now. I don't know why he has to lay on the horn through here. Hey, Aer Lingus. There really is no reason he has to be on the horn through there. There's literally one tiny little street that he crosses, and it's right down near the brewery where I work in the industrial area there. Literally one crossing for miles. I think the next one that he crosses is probably 2-3 miles down the road where he crosses an actual at-grade intersection, and he's just laying on the horn through this area, and it's like, why? Stop it. Okay, so it's I've noticed that these extra programs are extra finicky. There it goes. Awesome. Okay. So we want to back up. How do I zoom out? Alright, so we just want to go like this. Enter.
El Dorado ground, Avianca 8382, gate 76. Request pushback and startup.
Avianca 8382, pushback and startup approved.
Pushback and startup approved. Avianca 8382.
I think the pushback truck is coming. What is this truck? This is a... So, I feel like there's some GSX stuff going on. Some of the ground stuff that's around is GSX stuff, I think. But I can't interact with it for some reason. Yeah, I planned the pushback. Didn't I? Let's look at the
El Dorado ground, Avianca 8406, runway vacated with Kilo 5. Avianca 8406, taxi 2, parking 7, via Kilo 5, November, Hotel, Mike, Echo. Taxi 2, parking 7, via Kilo 5, November, Hotel, Mike, Echo, Avianca 8406.
So now we're getting you can hear the other planes interacting, also
gate
with
85, request
ATC.
pushback and start up.
I'm going to hit enter. Why can't I? Cool thing with the GSX ground service is that this pushback tug, I like this pushback tug. So far on the GSX one, they've only had the one with the long pole thing. Like the worker will actually get out, or there'll be a wing walker. They'll come out, they'll put the pin in and all that stuff. And really cool. Obviously here you can see it's not. Unfortunately, we didn't get what I wanted. So now we release the parking brake. We got clearance. So we're going to turn on the beacon light and ready. Yes, no. See, I've never these extra apps. There's one that I have. It's called Pushback Helper, and it just always works. Otherwise, all these other ones they don't want to work. All right, well I guess we'll do it manually. All right, so we're gonna ignition and starting engine 2.
Su seguridad es muy importante para nosotros. Lo invitamos a observar las indicaciones del video a continuación. Para abrochar el cinturón de seguridad, inserte la parte de metal dentro de la hebilla. Ajústelo alando el extremo. Para desabrocharlo, levante la parte superior de la hebilla. Si se presenta una pérdida de presión en la cabina, las máscaras de oxígeno caerán automáticamente. Para activar el flujo, tome la máscara más cercana y ale de ella hacia abajo. Cubra nariz y boca y respiren normalmente. Pase el elástico alrededor de su cabeza y asegúrela alando los extremos. El oxígeno fluirá aunque la bolsa plástica no se infle. Si viaja con niños o personas que necesiten asistencia, ajuste su propia máscara antes de ayudarlos. El chaleco salvavidas está localizado debajo o a un lado del asiento. Para utilizarlo, pase su cabeza por la altura. Asegúrelo pasando
Avianca 403, contact Dorado Tower 118.1. Contact Dorado Tower 118.1. Avianca 403.
Mano de las dos perillas rojas para inflarlo o sople a través de los tubos rojos que se encuentran a cada lado. Una luz de localización se activará al contacto con el auto. Este avión cuenta con 8 salidas de emergencia. Todas cuentan con tobogán para evacuación en tierra. 4 de estas están equipadas con balsas para evacuación en agua, ubicadas adelante y atrás. En caso de evacuación, bandas luminosas a lo largo del pasillo o luces en la parte baja de los asientos le guiarán hacia la salida más cercana. Identifíquela. Esta puede estar incluso detrás de usted. En el bolsillo del asiento frente a usted encontrará una tarjeta con información de seguridad. Le recomendamos leerla antes del despegue. Verifique que su cinturón de seguridad esté abrochado, el respaldo de su asiento en posición vertical, la mesa individual asegurada, las persianas de las ventanas abiertas y que el equipaje de mano, portavasos y control remoto estén guardados y asegurados. Asimismo, le recordamos que está prohibido fumar, incluso cigarrillos electrónicos, y que desactivar los detectores de humo en los baños es prohibido por ley. Gracias y disfrute el vuelo.
Your safety is very important to us. We invite you to watch the following safety instructions. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal end into the buckle and adjust it by pulling on the strap. To unfasten the seatbelt, lift the top of the buckle. In case of loss of pressure in the cabin, oxygen masks will automatically drop. Pull the mask down to start the oxygen flow.
Now you live in Colombia. Interesting.
Put it over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. Place the elastic band around your head and adjust it by pulling on the ends.
You don't hear a ton
Oxygen
of
will flow
adoptions.
through the mask
You
even
don't
if
hear
the
the
bag
stories
does not
about people
inflate.
being adopted from America to
Secure
places
your own
outside the
mask
United
first
States.
before
Usually
helping
it's the other
others.
way around. At least, you know,
Keep the
the way
mask
our
on
news does
until
it,
the
because
crew
usually
advises
we do a
otherwise.
story about someone being adopted from Korea or
A
wherever,
life
right?
vest is located under or
Right.
beside your seat.
Engine mode selector.
To use it,
normal,
put it over your head.
and we'll turn off the
Pass the
lead
strap
and
around your
master
waist and adjust it.
switch. Runway turn off lights and taxi
Do not
lights
inflate
on.
the life vest while in the cabin.
Transponder is set.
When leaving the aircraft, inflate the vest by
Spoilers
pulling on the red
armed,
tabs or blowing
flaps
into the red
one.
tubes. The light will turn on automatically upon contact with water. This
Position.
aircraft has 8 emergency exits. Each of them has a slide for land evacuation, and 4 of them are
Black
equipped
one,
with front
anti-ice,
and
auto
rear evacuation
brakes
rafts.
set. There we go.
In case of an evacuation,
There it is.
a floor or seat lighting system will
Auto
guide
brakes
you
set,
to the
runway
nearest
turn off
exit.
lights on,
Located, it
weather
may be
radar
behind
on,
you.
even though it's inoperable, we'll turn it on as if it was.
There is a safety card located in the seat pocket in
clearance.
front of
Dorado
you.
ground. Avianca 8382.
Please
Request
take a
taxi.
moment to review it before
Avianca
takeoff.
382, taxi to holding point.
Please
Runway
make sure your
31
seatbelt
right
is
via
fastened,
Foxtrot,
your seat back
Papa,
fully
Charlie,
upright,
Bravo 9er, Bravo,
tray
Bravo
table
13,
stowed,
Alpha, Alpha
the
10.
window shades open,
Taxi to holding point.
and
Runway
carry-on luggage,
31 right
cup
via
holders, and
Foxtrot,
handsets
Papa,
stowed
Charlie,
and locked.
Bravo 9, Bravo, Bravo 13, Alpha, Alpha 10.
We
Avianca
remind you that
8382.
smoking is forbidden, including electronic cigarettes. Tampering with laboratory smoke detectors is against the
that's-
law. Thank
That's what I'm
you,
saying. It's
and
like-
enjoy your
seems like a
flight.
much more common thing to go that way. Isn't it? All right, so we're gonna do take off the fig test, normal, parking brake off, and let's begin our taxi. Oh. Okay, so land chili See, the only issue, or not the only, okay, I keep saying only, but here's another issue that we have with FS HUD ATC is that the planes kind of jitter, and they're not as smooth. That's, it's like they get one thing and then you lose another thing. If I was using the ATC traffic, or the AIG traffic injection, also that's going to drive through me. I think AIG traffic does that too, though. So it's like, well, at some point, we're gonna get something that solves all these things, but so far, no. My plane not moving. Still a secret tug there, I think. And now we're rolling. We are going. Oh, now we got a little lost here. I'm trying to figure out why I couldn't turn, because I have the tiller. Actually, I can use the tiller for taxiing this plane. Got a Delta down here, and then we got a Star Alliance plane. I was like, why is Delta down here? But we are in South America. I have to remember where I am.
El Dorado ground, land Colombia 4055, gate 86, request pushback and start up.
Turn right. Sometimes the directions are a little like yeah. So let's go down Charlie. So now we'll just skip over to Bravo instead. So let's go down Charlie and then go to Bravo 9 to get to Bravo. But instead we're gonna go the wrong way, take Charlie to Mike and then Bravo. So ATC in real life would probably be like, what are you doing? Yeah, there we got another thing, we got a Spirit. We're just gonna work our way back to Charlie. Man, my startup process takes so long. I can't believe it's already been an hour, or almost an hour in. I'm not even in the air. I used to be able to do this in about like half an hour.
El Dorado ground, Avianca 9475, runway vacated with Kilo 5.
Avianca 9475, taxi to gate 83 via Kilo 5, Kilo Papa Golf.
Taxi to gate 83 via Kilo 5, Kilo Papa Golf, Avianca 9475.
Every once in a while, I'll get a couple planes parked on top of each other.
Land Colombia 4002. Contact El Dorado Tower 118.1.
So I really like hearing the other planes communicating. But all the planes, are supposed, at least in the air, are flying. They're not going to fly into you. Everything's. The ATC is controlling all of them where they need to actually go. Whereas Alpha India Group traffic injection, it just injects them and they might fly the opposite direction of you on the runway. You might be cleared for 3-1 right, and then that Alpha India Group traffic might be landing the opposite direction. And to be honest, though, I've had that in here, though, where they've cleared them to go the opposite direction. Then I scramble to kind of change my clearance. Like, hey, can I go the other way? I feel like we're going the wrong direction on this taxiway. Oh no, maybe not. I just thought these arrows here, but here the arrows are. I think these are zones, maybe. Like this is zone 13. Alright, Bravo 9, here it is. In any case, it does put a strain on your system running with all these airplanes. And as I said, I feel like the Alpha Indigo traffic alone, more planes are moving about, taxiing, and they do it smoother. So there's a couple options. Like I could still use FSS HUD so that I get decent AI ATC, which is what I'm looking for. The problem is I won't hear any other traffic if I don't have
Contact El Dorado Tower,
FSS HUD ATC injecting the traffic.
Contact El Dorado Tower, 118.1, land Colombia 4055.
That's kind of a bummer because I think the AIG traffic injector is a little bit better. As you can see, these planes kind of jerk. They haven't updated that yet. I downloaded the latest update. That didn't change, so. Maybe in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2030, this will all just be native to the sim. It'll have real AI traffic, really good ATC that interacts with them really well. Look at the model for this plane. Oh no, I thought there was a stairway on that plane model. Departure, and I don't know what that is. I'm so slow at getting the plane started and in the air now. And I didn't even have to manually put stuff in for the Sometimes my taxiing is horrible. I think the best plane I can taxi in is the CRJ.
Avianca A382, contact El Dorado Tower, 118.1.
Landing lights on.
Contact El Dorado Tower, 118.1, Avianca 8382.
Radio to Tara. This on as well.
El Dorado Tower, Avianca 8382, runway 31 right, ready for departure.
Avianca 382, line up, runway 31 right.
Memory problems.
Line up, runway 31 right, Avianca 8382.
So you were adopted, when did you say? 6 years old, so you learned English. And then had to learn Spanish as a second language, actually. I'm doing Spanish right now on Duolingo. I'm kind of enjoying it. It's kind of, a lot of it, just, I don't know if it's because I've dabbled a little bit in Latin, or what it is, or if it's because I've done a number of different languages on Duolingo, and it just seemed to be coming pretty easily. The concepts and some of the words, a lot of the words are so similar, you know, just with that Spanish twist. Alright, we're cleared for takeoff. So here we go. We're going to get into flex takeoff indent, and here we go. way those numbers were right. There's no way that 162 is right. Anyway, we got positive rate. Landing gear up.
Land Colombia 4269er. Wind 320 degrees at 6 knots. Cleared to land 31 left. Cleared to land 31 left. Land Colombia 4269er.
No way that those numbers are right, so I don't know what happened to the calculator on that one, but 162 for V1, no way. We would not have been able to abort that takeoff at that point, and we were barely just able to get off. So. But maybe we needed the whole runway to, take off, because we are at a very high elevation. We were taking off about 8,000 feet, and that's why our initial climb is only to 11,000, but I doubt. All right, pull back to the thrust climb. Disarm the spoiler.
Land Colombia 4269er. Vacate right with kilo 5. When vacated, contact ground 121.8. Avianca A382. Contact Bogotá. Approach 119.05.
Contact Bogotá. Approach 119.05. Avianca A382.
Vacate right with
Bogotá approach, Avianca 382, Bogotá 2 Charlie, departure at 10,500, climbing 11,000.
Avianca 382, radar contact, continue climb 12,000.
Continue climb 12,000, Avianca 382.
Avianca 382, climb and maintain, flight level 210, QNH 1028, contact Bogotá, center 128.6.
Climb and maintain, flight level 210, contact Bogotá, center 128.6, Avianca 382.
Did it again.
Bogotá center, Avianca 382, Bogotá 2 Charlie, departure at 11,000.
I'm sorry about the quality of the stream just crapped out. My overlays
Avianca 538, radar contact, continue climb, flight level 270.
It's done this too a number of times lately, and I can't really do anything about it. The only way I can fix it is to
continue climb, flight level 210, Avianca 382.
No idea why it's
continue
doing
climb,
that.
flight level 270, Avianca 538.
That's super frustrating.
Avianca 510, expect Charlie 3 Whiskey, arrival, and
Incredibly
Arnav,
frustrating, 'cause I usually
Charlie,
have
approach,
my
runway
background
31
going on
right.
Alright, so you can see we got our limit
Expect
here.
Charlie 3 Whiskey, arrival, and Arnav, Charlie, approach, runway 31 right, Avianca 510.
That annoys me so much, so you guys can't, now you're not going to see it, we can't get our little,
17,000, QNH 1028.
that drives me nuts. It just
Descend
ticks
and
me off and
maintain
stuff like that.
17,539.
There's nothing you can really do about it.
Avianca 218, radar contact, expect Golf India Romeo 3 Whiskey, arrival, and Arnav, Charlie, approach, runway 31 right, report when ready for descent. 312, clear, and Arnav, Charlie, approach, at 11,800, runway 31 right, report established final track. Cleared, Arnav, Charlie, approach, at 11,800, runway 31 right, report established
I
final
just
track.
opened another instance of it, and it's working fine.
312, established
But
on final track.
because I have the other one open.
312, contact Dorado, tower 118.1.
So much.
Contact Dorado, tower
Anyone-
118.1.
I wish I knew a trick, because like I opened up another thing of it,
Expect
and
Golf
everything's
India
working
Romeo
fine in
3
there.
Whiskey, arrival, Arnav, Charlie, approach, runway 31
this
right,
one's
report
not.
when ready for descent, Avianca
If I start
218.
streaming, it's just going to stream on
Avianca 427, expect Iceball 3 Whiskey, arrival, and Arnav, Charlie, approach, runway 31 right.
Just
Expect it's the 3 Whiskey, arrival, Arnav, Charlie, approach, runway 31 right, Avianca 8427.
Avianca 510, clear Charlie 3 Whiskey, arrival. Clear Charlie 3 Whiskey, arrival, Avianca 510. Avianca 218, ready for descent. Land Colombia 4002, radar contact, expect East 3 Alpha, arrival, ILS, Zulu, approach, runway 01. Expect no November India Romeo Sierra 3 Alpha Arrival ILS Zulu approach runway 01 land Colombia 4002 Avianca 427 descend and maintain flight level 190 clear
Monday,
Alpha
but I
3
work
Whiskey
every day,
arrival.
so that's good there until Monday.
Descend and
I work
maintain.
this
Flight
weekend,
level
and then I'll
190.
be off
Cleared is the
next
3 Whiskey.
Friday,
Arrival.
so streaming
Avianca
that
427.
day, and then I have on Saturday and Sunday, so I have a 3-day
Climb and
weekend next
maintain
weekend.
flight level 300 UNH 1026.
Well,
Climb and maintain. Flight level 300. Avianca 382.
Avianca 218 descend and maintain 17000 UNH 1027 clear Golf India Romeo 3 Whiskey arrival. Descend and maintain 17000 clear Golf India Romeo 3 Whiskey arrival. Avianca 218 5639er descend and maintain 12000 UNH 1027 contact Medellin approach 120.1 descend and maintain 12000 contact approach 120.15639er land Colombia 4002 proceed direct UFO descend and maintain flight level 200 proceed X November India Romeo Sierra Oscar descend and maintain flight level 200 land Colombia 4002 Avianca 510 descend and maintain flight level 230 descend and maintain flight level 230 Avianca 510 Avianca 403 clear is no 1 Bravo arrival clear is no 1 Bravo arrival Avianca 403 land Colombia 4002 descend and maintain 17000 UNH 1024 clear D3 Alpha arrival descend and maintain 17000 clear DS3 Alpha arrival land Colombia 4002
Bogotá Center 5574 to 1 Romeo departure at 12100 climbing 14000
Avianca 538 climb and maintain flight level 320 climb and maintain flight level 320 Avianca 538 5574 radar contact continue climb 14000
continue climb 14000 5574
yeah, I have no idea why OBS decided to just kill half the stuff on my stream here. The stuff that like is interactive and stuff, like my chat little bar is gone on the bottom. So anything that requires like the internet, I think something going with browser. I don't know why it does that. It's so frustrating. And the problem is, it's like the only way I can fix it is to restart OBS. If I close OBS, it stops the stream, I think. I wish there was a way that I could open another instance or something, keep the stream rolling, but reset OBS. So, does anyone know?
Cleared
I don't know.
RNAV Charlie approach at 11,800 runway 31 right. Report established final track. Avianca
Standard
218.
pressure.
Avianca 218 established on final track. Avianca 218 contact El Dorado Tower 118.1. Contact El Dorado Tower 118.1. Avianca 218. Descend and maintain 170,000. Avianca 403. Land Colombia 4002. Descend and maintain 13,300. UNH 1025. Contact Medellin. Approach
Really, stuff's not getting loaded. I
120.1.
don't know, I might have any internet problems.
Descend and maintain 13,300. Contact
Today's, at this point I'm going to
Land Colombia 400.
I get up and I have issues and
climb and maintain flight level
getting
230
going, and now it just feels like there's other
1025
problems.
climb and maintain
I'm just upset because it makes my stream, I mean, I know you guys are going like, oh man, this is horrible, but I'm missing a whole bunch of stuff on my stream over there right now that pisses me off. Get that information from you guys there that tells you where we are, what we're doing. It's not working. But Avianca. They're another one of those airlines that has different kind of planes. Unless back then they were going down there.
Climb and maintain flight level 390 of the A320neo.
So we're going to be flying over Colombia. I don't know have the exact flight plan, but it's showing me at least based on the flight plan that it pulled into Balanta. It's kind of showing us going over a little bit of Ecuador, but or Peru, but probably
radar contact, maintain 13,300. Maintain 13,300. Land Colombia 400. Land Colombia 4002.
Yeah, if we follow our flight plan, we'll get the waypoint DOR of Leticia, Lima Echo Tango LET. That's basically on the border where the border of Colombia, Brazil, and Peru all kind of meet. We're going to fly into Brazil. We should avoid Peru. Well, we're actually going to cut over Peru. Because you'll see flight plans where they avoid countries. You kind of do that because you don't want to give every country you fly into airspace there to feed. So if you can avoid, sometimes you just can't without spending a lot more on fuel. But sometimes you can pretty easily. I also experienced a flight in an Avianca Fokker 50. I traveled from Bogotá to Florence. Yeah, only ones I've flown in is I don't know exactly what planes, but probably only bigger things, probably 777s or probably the smallest flew on Frontier. I think I flew Frontier Airlines from Milwaukee to Phoenix. So that was a really smaller plane, probably, could have been a 320 or 737. And then, but then always to China was always bigger plane. Always like a 777 or whatever it did fly. I didn't pay attention to that back then.
Land Colombia 4002, contact Jose Maria Cordon Tower 118 decimal 35.
The quality of the stream, or the stream quality is probably fine, it's streaming fine, but I'm missing my background, I'm missing my Bene overlay, which gives you guys how much distance there to go and stuff, so I don't know how to reset that though without stopping the stream and restarting OBS. If I restart OBS, it works fine.
Avianca 510, descend and maintain 17,000, UNH 1025. Descend and maintain 17,000, Avianca 510. Avianca 538, expect Holy 3 Whiskey, arrival, and Arnav Charlie, approach, runway 31 left. Expect Holy 3 Whiskey, arrival, Arnav Charlie, approach, runway 31 left, Avianca 538. Avianca 538, cleared Holy 3 Whiskey, arrival. Cleared Holy 3 Whiskey, arrival, Avianca 538.
I'm debating if I should do it. See, if I do it on YouTube, on Twitch it's not a big deal, but on YouTube you'll have to go and jump over the other screen. That would suck. I think I might, because it's just annoying me that half my stream disappeared. So, you guys are in here, it'll probably be like 30 seconds before the next stream comes out. So, go over to my channel, it'll be live. I'll have a part 2 of this, I guess, or something, because it's a little annoying that it's not doing what I want to do.
Cleared Arnav Charlie, approach at 11,500, runway 31 left, report established final track, Avianca 9755. Avianca 9755, established on final track. Avianca 9755, contact Romeo Echo Golf 5 Alpha, arrival, ILS Yankee, approach, runway 02. expect Oscar Romeo Echo Golf 5 Alpha arriving. Approach runway 02, land Columbia 4055. Land Columbia 4055, climb and maintain, flight level 280. Climb and maintain, flight level 280, land Columbia 4055, proceed direct Oscar Romeo Echo Golf Alpha. Proceed direct Oscar Romeo Echo Golf Alpha, land Columbia 4055. Avianca 452, climb and maintain, flight level 220, QNH 1020. Avianca 510, clear Arnold Charlie, approach at 11,800, runway 31 right, report established final track. Clear Arnold Charlie, approach at 11,800, runway 31 right, report established final track. Avianca 510. Avianca 510, established that final track. Avianca 510,
can you guys hear me?
Contact Dorado, Tower 118.1.
Hey, let's see who we got. We got AJTV 2007. Hey, AJ and Games a Lot. Welcome, both of you guys over there on Twitch. Awesome. Yeah, I'm dealing with all kinds of little issues. I got this HUD is running really loud. Is that too loud for you guys? That ATC is running too loud. I feel like it's almost louder than me. Yeah, I've been having all kinds of issues this morning with OBS, and I had to close OBS just a second ago and pop it back open. Luckily, the stream kept going over there on YouTube because you get like about, I think, 5 or 10 seconds to get your stream feed going again. I'm hoping that the microphone audio isn't bad, because it seems like every time I start OBS, my microphone doesn't work, and I need to put it on another microphone and move all my filters over and everything. So, of course, everything's going to sound like crap half the time because you can't test anything out, because constantly, I don't know what the deal is. Like, OBS and everything is just trying to sabotage any chance of me streaming. I get one maybe 2 days a week. I get 2 days a week to stream, right? And one of the days it's like a big giant headache, and then the next day everything works just fine, no problem. But it seems like if more than 1 or 2 days goes by since the last time I streamed, the whole world has, somehow my computer, which hasn't been on since the last time I streamed, everything is broken and programs are messed up. So how are you guys doing? Enough about all that. I think we should have. Okay, we're at 30,000, and we were cleared to fly to 39. I was probably dealing with other stuff. Passengers are up and about. We are coming up on the VOR Sierra Juliet Echo, which is the VOR for San Jose del Guaviare. It's right on the Guaviare, Rio Guaviare, the Guaviare River. A little bit southeast of Bogotá, Colombia now at this point. Climb into our Cruz flight level 390 in the Flybywire A32NX mod for the Airbus A320neo. World Tour Flight 169, Colombia, or Bogotá, Colombia to, where are we going? Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia. I think the capital of Bolivia, I believe, is Sucre, right? Sucre. We're not flying to the capital. Bolivia. La Paz. La Paz, Sucre. Oh, okay. La Paz is the executive capital, seat of government, and the constitutional capital is Sucre. Okay, so they have two different capitals, which is a little confusing. Let's get into this. I want to see what is Sierra Cruz de la Sierra. What? Santa Cruz. If I could read. Cities, capital. Okay, so Bolivia has its constitutionally recognized capital in Sucre, while La Paz is the actual seat of government. La Plata, which is now Sucre, was proclaimed the provisional capital of the newly independent Alto Peru, later Bolivia, on July 1st, 1826. On July 12, 1839, President Jose Miguel de Velasco proclaimed a law naming the city as the capital of Bolivia and renaming it in honor of the revolutionary leader Antonio Jose de Sucre. The Bolivian seat of government moved to La Paz at the start of the 20th century as a consequence of Sucre's relative remoteness from the economic activity after the decline of Potosi and its silver industry. Ah, that makes sense. And some of those things actually, like Potosi, sound so familiar because I did learn a bunch of this during college. Oh, there's Valencia. It just showed up on my map. Cool. Oh, that's 11 hours. It must be 11 hours by car and must be winding through the mountains there. Alicia, she's from Florencia, Colombia. She lives there. Which is Alright, so we're going to be making, at this point, we're still on the standard instrument departure. Once we hit this, we'll basically just be a straight line until we get to the border between Brazil and Bolivia, and then a little bit more of a jog to the southeast into Santa Cruz de la Sierra, which I feel like is almost more remote, or maybe less remote.
Flight level 190, please arrival.
Maintain. Flight level 190, cleared is the 3 Whiskey. Arrival, Avianca 8427.
Avianca 8427, descended, maintain, 17,000, UNH 1017.
Descendant, maintain, 17,000, Avianca 8427.
Okay, so La Paz is like near, there's like this lake called Lake Titicaca. Yes, that's what the lake is called. LaGuardia down. It's always cool looking at these places because these are, you know, when you don't live in these countries, you know, you might know maybe the capital or you've heard the city, but then you're not sure exactly where it is. Yeah, like Sucre and Potosi are kind of in the middle of Bolivia, or not really. Santa Cruz de la Sierra is like we're almost right in the middle, so I'm wondering if this is a pretty big economic zone also, or if I'm just flying into the middle of nowhere. I think I am, because the airport is pretty nothing. So I'm like, why is this the flight I took? I don't know. Well, it is the largest city, but the airport doesn't look like much at all. So the largest city and principal industrial center is Santa Cruz de la Sierra, in tropical lowlands, mostly flat region in the east of the country. It doesn't really look like the east, it's kind of more the middle. And then La Paz is even further, or no, it is in the east, and then La Paz is further off to the west on a lake, it looks like. Sucre is kind of off in the middle. But that was more because of the silver mining and all that. Get up here. I haven't been looking at anything. There we go. The train seems to, at least at this altitude, seems to have kind of flattened out, or you know, not as much of mountains as you're taking off. Lots of looking like rivers and creeks down there. Here in the Avianca, again, we were trying to figure this out last time. Now this flag is Colombia's, I think that's their naval ensign. But on the other plane, on the Wingo plane that we flew down to Colombia, it had the Colombian civil ensign, which is the merchant flag, and it has a. We couldn't figure it out for a while because we're like, what flag is this? Because the Colombian flag does not have a seal or anything on it. And this is not the state flag of Colombia, but it's like I think this is the naval military one. It's kind of strange to have on the plane. They should have like the merchant one, the merchant vessel one, like the merchant ships fly. Yeah, because we're kind of like a merchant ship, but in the air.
Avianca 538, Kobe 1 Charlie, departure at flight level 180, climbing flight level 270. Avianca 538, radar contact, continue climb, flight level 270. Continue climb, flight level 270.
Flying into Bolivia, it's officially called the plurinational state of Bolivia. I don't know what plurinational means. Let's see what that means. I've never seen plurinational in a country named plurinationalism. Plurinational state.
Avianca 538, climb and maintain, flight level 320.
Oh, okay. So we're just going down a rabbit hole, and I think that's kind of the fun part of doing these streams, going to these different countries. So Bolivia is officially, it's the plurinational state of Bolivia. That's the official name. Obviously in Spanish it's the Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, and they actually have a number of recognized languages also that have official statuses: Guarani, Aymara, and Quechua. That's what it looks like. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the country name in those languages because those ones are very different. But yeah, the official name is Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, plurinational state of Bolivia. Plurinationalism is defined as the coexistence of two or more sealed or preserved national groups within a polity. I like how you gotta keep identifying words, which is an organized. In plurinationalism, the ideal of nationality is plural, meaning there are many nationals within an organized community or body of peoples. The usage of plural nationality assists in avoiding the division of societies within a state or country. So it kind of... which is kind of weird, because a nationality is... It feels like what they're doing in a plurinationalism, it's like you have multiple ethnic groups. I mean, I suppose it would be something, maybe it'd probably be something that we could do better in the United States, where, because we do technically have nations within our nation, those being the Native American nations, the tribes like the Cherokee and the Choctaw and the Ho-Chunk and the Chippewa and the Ojibwe, and the Chippewa and the Ojibwe are the same. Yeah, you have all these, you have all these nations, and the Apache, we still have them, and they have their own distinct laws and sovereignty within the nation. So it's like we're almost a plurinational, but we don't do it officially, like, and really promote it. And so it's an interesting concept. Like, how does that work? I don't know. Why don't we go back? I just want to, since we're coming out of Colombia, and we're flying over Colombia right now, let's kind of look at Colombia. Colombia is officially the Republic of Colombia, or República de Colombia. Obviously, you can look and see what a republic is. I think most people probably don't. What's a republic? Can I see what a republic is? Revolution. But that was interesting. Plurinationalism. What's a republic? Republic is a form of government in which supreme power is held by the people and their elected representatives. I would say that's more of a democratic republic. What makes a republic supreme power? It's like that you have a representative government, which is sometimes you look at some countries, including the United States, you'll hear people call the United States a democracy all the time. It's like, well, we're supposed to be a republic. How much of a republic are we anymore? You know, I think we're more of a democratic republic because we do directly vote much more than originally intended for our representatives. We directly, in the original U.S. Constitution, we were directly voting. We would directly vote for our congressional district representatives. So like each state is divided into districts. Some states only have one because of the population. So like when originally I think a representative would represent like maybe 10,000 people. Now they represent about 700,000. But that would be someone who you would directly vote for. They were supposed to be from basically the area where you live. You'd vote for them, you'd send them off to Washington, D.C., and they'd represent you. That'd be your direct representation. But then we'd have the Senate, the U.S. Senate, which there's 2 senators from every state, so we have 100 senators. Those are voted on at large throughout the whole state. Now we vote directly for them, the whole state, all the citizens of a state, like Wisconsin, or a resident of the state. We vote for a senator every 6, whatever they come up for election. But originally, the senators were elected by the state legislature. Now, the state legislature, those people, representatives, were elected by people, the citizens of the state, and then they would then vote for a senator. And then the president was the same thing. There were steps between the people, and then there were representatives and representatives and representatives who would then vote for further representation, which made sense in the concept of what they were doing. Like the senators were to represent the state, and so the people that were running the state, i.e. the state government, the legislature of the state, who were voted on by the people of the state, would vote for the representatives to represent the state. Whereas your congressional representative, your House of Representatives, those people would be directly representing the people of their district. But we've changed all that. Almost everything's direct now. Including that we now want to basically the president is almost basically a popular vote in America. It isn't, because we still do have the Electoral College, which gives the states a little bit of representation still, but at some point that's going to become a direct popular vote, and at that point you really have a democracy. You have much more of a democratic republic than just a republic. I'm all over the place. All right. You are correct that Airbus has... Well, now you're writing... You are correct, though, that Airbus has La Pabellon Naval de Armada Nacional Colombia. Oh, okay, that it has. They're using the naval... Yeah, I think that's the naval ensign, which is only supposed to be for, like, the Navy, for the military, the military Navy. Whereas the other one that we had on the plane last stream on the Wingo, that was the merchant ensign, which would be on merchant ships, on the what do you call that? Merchant Navy? I don't know. But that was the one, and it made sense. I was like, well, why would we have still something that would be used on a ship? It's like, well, because we are kind of a ship. We're flying through the water of the sky, right? The water that's in a gaseous form, not in a liquid form. It's kind of like how you have space navies in science fiction, right? Because you're still in a ship. It's just a spaceship, and we're in an airship, and you have sea ships, or whatever you call them, if you want to distinguish it. Plurinational means that the natives and Latinos of Bolivia, which was named after Simon Bolivar, Colombia's first president of Venezuelan birth. Natives and Latinos of Bolivia have rights of sovereignty, basically. Okay, so basically kind of what I was talking about in the United States. We kind of have that to a certain level. So I wonder if it's the same concept. That you have a national government, Bolivia. So in the United States, I'll kind of explain the United States how it works because I kind of understand it more because I'm from here. The United States, it's a federal government. You'll hear this. It's a federal system, and there are numerous places like this. Germany is a federal system. They have states that have a certain amount of sovereignty, and then there's a central government or a federal government that oversees all of that, but derives a lot of its power from the states and the people. The same with Mexico, I believe, has a federal system as well. And what a federal system is that you have smaller sovereign governments, the states or provinces. Usually in federal, they're called states. I think the Germany, they're called states, and Mexico, they're called states. You know, estados. And you have sovereign states. So I live in the state of Wisconsin. You have the state of Florida, the state of Texas. And there are certain laws in those states. Those states can pass certain laws, right? They pass laws on how they're going to do voting. In the United States, every state does voting slightly differently. They're not all the same. It's not a national thing. They can set laws for, I believe, they used to be able to set laws for drinking age. I think that's become a federal thing now. They're, because we wanted to make it standard across the whole country. But there'll be some states, marriage. Some states you can get married younger than other states. Looking at you, deep south of America, Alabama. People joke Alabama, right? Some states you can, like Utah. I believe Utah, up until very recently, you could, because of the large Mormon population and the very popular thing in the Mormon thing, at least in the 1800s, there was a certain time period in certain circles within the Mormon religion, Church of Latter-day Saints, Jesus Christ Church of Latter-day Saints, whatever it is officially, that there was polygamy, where a man could marry multiple women. And in Utah, that was actually on the books. You could marry multiple women officially in Utah. I think that's not on the books anymore. I think it's been pulled back as Utah has become a little bit more diverse and not a solid, almost Mormon state. But so you have that. You have your 50 states. But within the 50 states, so we have 50 states in the United States, plus we have the territories where that gets a little weird because they're U.S. Some of them are U.S. citizens, like Puerto Rico. You're a U.S. citizen, but you don't have the same responsibilities as you do if you're a citizen of a state or a resident of a state. But you also have some benefits and there's drawbacks. Territories get weird. But then you have, I think, American Samoa, where they're not citizens, but they are part of the United States, so it's a little weird. And then, then on top of that, you have the native people, the indigenous peoples, in the Americas, where like the Sioux, the Apache, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Creek, the Seminole down in Florida, where they have now they're called reservations. We've given them certain sections of land over the last couple hundred years, and it's like, okay, this is the area where you are administering it. So they almost have, it's almost like they're extra states in a sense, but they are other nations, but they're still under their nations within the nation, and it gets really weird. It's different than the USA. Basically, the Bolivian government is divided equally in half, Latino and native politicians, so both sides are respected by each other in the terms of sovereignty together as well. Okay, so there's like almost a quota. You have to have a certain number of, the native peoples, and then the Latino people, which are the Spanish mix, I would assume. That's interesting. Yeah, I'd have to look in. That's why I kind of want to look into it. Yeah, and so like Bolivia also is, so you got the concept of plural nationality. It's also a constitutionally unitary state. That means it's got a central government, and then it divides the country into 9 sections. So like in the United States, we have 50 states. Those states have their own governments. Those states have their own a level of sovereignty. They can pass certain laws, whereas in Bolivia and countries that are constitutionally a unitary state, they're one state. Boom, you have a country, and then it's divided into departments. talking too fast. It's divided into departments. Like, here's the province of whatever. I don't know the Bolivian department. And then there'll be officials that like oversee that area to make sure that it's being administered, but they don't have like their own little congresses, their own little governments that pass laws as locally. They might have a certain amount, but much different sovereignty levels. Ooh, it's also the 27th. It's the 27th largest country in the world in size area. And it's the largest landlocked country in the southern hemisphere. So that includes, you know, Africa, South America, Australia, you know, everything obviously south of the equator. And it's the world's 7th largest landlocked country. So Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Chad, Niger, Mali, and Ethiopia are all landlocked and larger. Yeah, it's landlocked. Colombia is also unitary. Yeah, a lot of countries are unitary. I mean, the federal thing is, it's not like distinct to the United States. I mean, I think in reality, the concept of the federal, you know, federal union that kind of concept was almost, it was around, it wasn't officially a federal thing in Germany, but it kind of had the makings of it. That's why Germany kind of went that way when it became its own, became a unified country in the 1880s. Because you had these in Germany, which was mostly for a long time the Holy Roman Empire. Within the Holy Roman Empire, you had all these principalities and, you know, duchies and little petty kingdoms or whatever, you know, different, you know, you'd even have, what were they called? What were the, I'm trying to think what the diocese, archbishoprics. What I was trying to think of, because you'd have some sections, some little territories that were just ruled by an archbishop of the Catholic Church, and it was a whole territory. It wasn't like he was over, because now a lot of places in the world now you do have your archbishoprics in the Catholic Church, which overlay within a country. You know, they're separate now, but you directly had some areas within Europe that were just ruled by an archbishop prince. You know, he's both the prince of that area and an archbishop in the Catholic Church. But I think that kind of went, you know, Germany when they united as a country, they kind of kept the sovereignty of a lot of those places, though, which had been sovereign so long, whereas, like, France, I think France is a unitary, constitutional, unitary country as well, that's then divided into departments, which includes, and as we fly here through South America and we get back up to, like, Guyana, French Guyana, and a few of those, like, French Guyana is actually France. It's, you know, we call it French Guyana, I believe. I think I might be wrong. I might be thinking of the wrong place, but I think French Guyana. Yeah, French Guyana is France. It's not actually a separate country. We think of it as a separate country. We put it on maps as a, you know, you don't really realize it, but it actually is part of France. It's France. Like, if you go on the French Guyana and you look it up on Wikipedia, you'll see a coat of arms, but then the country, it's France. It's part of a department. So, like, France is divided up into metropolitan France, which might have a number of departments itself. But then every overseas region within France is also directly part of France. So they actually, I think, if I'm right about this, I believe because they're a department, they do send representatives to. Yep, they must send representatives to the French Assembly. I think. Might be wrong. And we'll talk about that more once we go to French Guyana, but I always find that kind of interesting because Guyana was integrated into the French Republic in 1946, and as such, it's part of the European Union. It's not just a you know, an overseas. It's not like with the British where they had like they were separate areas. You know, it was actually it's part of France. It is France, but it's just it's a department of France. You know, so if you're ever looking for a pretty cool trivia thing that you want to kind of trip someone up on, ask them what is France's longest land border. What country does France have the longest land border with? I'll ask you guys right now. Which country is, you know, who does France share a border with? You know, it's the longest border. What's their longest land border? Which country do they have their longest land border with? Right. So I think they bordered obviously Germany, Switzerland, Spain, Andorra, but that's gonna be tiny. I believe the Netherlands, Belgium. Maybe not the Netherlands, but so those are your countries. Which one does whoever's in here, without looking, which country do you think has the longest land border with France? They're France's longest land border. Let me know in the chat there. Who do you guys think? We're off on a rabbit hole here talking about France now, but I was just we're talking about plural nationalism, constitutional unitary governments. Does anyone know? Anyone know? Anyone willing to guess? I'm not gonna laugh. We're flying over the Amazon right now. I don't know if that's the Amazon River. Let's see. Let's take a look. Right now we are flying over. Time left now. If I get out. All right, so we flew over the Rio Valpais. We're now flying over the Rio Apaporis. Yep, Apaporis. Rio Apaporis. We're flying, which is a border between a couple of departments here in Colombia, or states, or provinces, whatever they call them. We are coming up on the next one. We're going to be crossing. It's going to be the Rio Cateta. Now, all of these are. I mean, that's a major river that comes off of the Amazon or feeds into the Amazon. I think we're gonna. Let's see, are we gonna fly over the Amazon? Yep, we're gonna fly over the Amazon. That will be right when we're getting to around the border of Peru, Colombia, and Brazil come together. We will fly over the Amazon. But basically, yeah, we're probably in the Amazonas right now, or the Amazon River region, kind of parts of it. Let's be off to our left. That'd be a fun one to do. I'm kind of thinking of different flights I'd like to do in the future. There's so much more to do on this world tour, so it's not like I have any shortage of flights to do, but one thing I want to do is kind of fly a flight in every livery I can possibly do it in, every airline I can possibly fly for, and just find a flight that an airline does and do it. It's kind of cool to just fly different airlines and see where they fly. And but yeah, that's gonna be the Rio Chaqueta, I believe. That's what I said. Probably saying the Jacket River is what I'm saying. Chaqueta, which is like jacket. That's not what it is. I'm just saying it poorly. Or no, this is the Rio. Sorry, no, this is the Rio Apaporis. But we're gonna be coming up on the Rio Cacheca. I'm not sure exactly how to say it, but we're gonna come off that. But yeah, looking off that direction, that's gonna be the Amazon River, kind of all over there. Who knows? I might be completely wrong about my rivers. Yeah, a lot of, looks like we're kind of over some dense rainforest at this point. I didn't want to do that one. Germany, Italy, Switzerland, Belgium, Luxembourg, Monaco, Andorra, Netherlands, Spain, Suriname, Guyana, and Brazil. Ah, you looked it up. You got all the countries that border it. So who has the longest border? And now it's not so much a trick question, because if you Well, it's still, yeah, which one is the longest border? It's not obvious, but the trick question part of it is that Brazil shares the longest border with France, which is crazy. It's the largest land border that France shares with another country. It doesn't actually border, French Guyana does not actually border Guyana, which seems strange, but it doesn't. French Guyana only borders Brazil and Suriname. At least that's what it's saying here. Maybe it's wrong. This little paragraph on Wikipedia, because it's talking about, it's one of only 2 borders that France shares with non-European states. So that's your trick question. If you ever want to try to trip someone up with trivia, ask them, like, what country shares the longest land border with France? And it's Brazil. It's Brazil. And you're gonna say it, and they're gonna go, no, France is in, Brazil's in South America. Yeah, France is too, because French Guiana is technically is actually a constituency of the French Republic. It isn't a separate overseas territory or anything. It's actually it's an overseas department. It's part of and it's the second largest region of France. You have metropolitan France, and then you have French Guiana. And again, I find that so fascinating. I know I'm kind of down a rabbit hole, but since we're talking about it, we'll talk about it again, and it'll be a while before we get up to French Guiana. But yeah, the overseas departments and regions of France are departments of France that are outside metropolitan France. Metropolitan France, that's the part that's Europe, the part that you think of when you think of France, Paris and all that. They have exactly the same status as mainland France's regions and departments. That's crazy. In general, French laws and regulations apply to French overseas regions the same as in metropolitan France, but they can be adapted as needed to suit the region's particular needs. So there is still some local, massaging of those laws, because they're not always going to work exactly the same, and with different constituencies, different groups of people. The local administrations cannot themselves pass new laws. So there's the difference between something like the United States. For example, if we would eventually make Puerto Rico, I think eventually Puerto Rico will become the 51st state of the United States. I do believe at some point, if we're being honest and the United States does what it should do, either we give up these overseas territories, or they become states and have that state level of sovereignty. Now, there's always a debate, like Puerto Rico, there's always a debate, well, if we become a state, we have more responsibilities here, and we lose things here, but you gain certain things, and you lose other things. So there's pros and cons of becoming a state at this point for a lot of these overseas territories. But in the United States, if Puerto Rico were to become its own state, it would then be able to set its own laws, create local laws. Whereas in France, and most places that are constitutional unitary nations, right, like Colombia, Bolivia, those departments can't pass their own local laws. They just administer, they make sure that the laws of the country are applied, but they can't pass laws distinct to their region. That has to be done on the national level, and that can be a little cumbersome. That's why a federal system might be a better system. In some ways, it might not be. Let's see. As integral parts of France and the European Union, overseas departments are represented in the National Assembly, Senate, and Economic and Social Council, vote to elect members of the European Parliament, and use the euro as their currency. That's crazy. So if you're in French Guiana, they use the euro. Where else? Mayotte, Réunion. We've flown to a few of these places. We've actually already flown to a few departments of France. So when I say that this world tour, we're flying into every country and territory. Now, when I say territory, I'm being a little disingenuous too, because we're not flying into every territory, but we are flying into places that we perceive as distinct. Like Greenland is technically part of Denmark, but we count it as a whole separate place. We flew into Svalbard, which is technically part of Norway, but it's kind of its own little thing, but within Norway. But we also flew to Lake Réunion. We flew to Mayotte. We're going to fly to French Guiana, even though it's all France. They're kind of distinct, but technically fully French, which is strange to think about. So since March 2011, the 5 overseas departments and regions of France are French Guiana, Guadeloupe, so we're going to be flying there eventually. So I think we're going to hit, I'm not sure for which order we're going to get these. So French Guiana, Guadeloupe, Martinique, and then we already flew to Mayotte and Réunion off the coast of East Africa, off the Indian. So we have 3 more to go. We're going to be hitting those on, you know, coming up here as we go through South America and the Caribbean. Let's see. We're not going to read all about that. Maybe we'll get back to that when we're actually flying to Guyana, French Guiana, and Guadeloupe, Martinique. We'll kind of look into it a little more. Yeah, there's another one. It used to be another one that used to be a department, an overseas department, was Algeria. Algeria was under the Constitution in 1947 of the Fourth Republic, the French Fourth Republic, Algeria. But Algeria is now independent, so it's its own country now completely. We got an interesting map here. I'm wondering, and I think I'm gonna have to look into it. I mean, we're gonna be hitting a lot of these kind of overseas territories here. Or, you know, we're gonna be hitting a ton of British ones when we also fly through the Caribbean. A few Dutch ones, Aruba, Antilles. We went to Madeira, Canary Islands. We went to, or Spain. It's going to be interesting. Like, okay, how are these? Which ones are like here, French Guiana, and which ones are just overseas territories? But I think we're going to fly to almost every overseas territory here. I think there's a few that we're going to miss, or we're going to have to figure out something. Let me bring this up. I kind of want to bring it up. This is interesting. We're off topic a little bit. Alicia, Panama used to be under the Colombian government until the USA intervened. Yeah, but I kind of mentioned that when we were flying over it last stream from Mexico to Colombia. I mentioned that. It's like, oh, here we're going over Panama, which until we intervened so we could build a canal there. Do you know how Spanish surnames work? I'm not sure. Like, I know how... Yeah, I'm not sure what you're getting at, like how Spanish surnames work. I know how you refer to people, like if you're talking about someone, or like if you're addressing someone, like, you know, for example, you, I would say, now I don't know if you're senora or senorita. I'm gonna assume senorita right now. I would say like, oh, senorita Gonzalez or Estrada Gonzalez, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás hoy? Right? That'd be, how are you today? But if I was talking about you, I would be saying La Señorita Estrada Gonzalez es Colombiana, right? Would it be Colombiana? Is that how I'd say your nationality, Colombiana? I haven't learned all of these yet, but I'm assuming, you know, I'm just guessing, because you got like Cubana or Cubano, Mexicano, Mexicana, but like, yeah, so I know that, but I don't know how certain, like if there's special rules for like the name itself, like how you come up with a name. Let's see, I want to show you guys. Here it is. Might be a little cut off. Alright, so this is what I'm looking at. I'm, you know, again, just kind of off topic here, but we got time. And we're going to be flying to a lot of these places. So we're going to be flying to most of these places right here. Now we're going to be flying, we've flown, just kind of go back where we have been. We flew to Mayotte, we flew to Réunion. I don't know if we got to the British Indian Ocean territory. We might have to get back to that when we're over here coming on the other side of the globe again. Because we started in Africa, we need to get all of Asia. We'll probably knock out, might get here. Maybe we'll get down here, I don't know. The French Southern and Antarctic territories. These ones, I have no idea what we're going to do to get those. It'll probably just be a separate flight just to knock them out and just check them out. But we're not going to be able to fly from the Falkland to South Georgia. It's too far, and there's no airport on South Georgia that can support a plane big enough for us to fly at any rate of speed. We could probably fly a tiny little plane and take 10, 15 hours. I just don't have time to do that. And it'd be pretty boring. It'd just be us over the ocean. But we have flown to St. Helena. And we flew to the Canary Islands, and that's how we got to Spain. We actually ticked off Spain on our tour by going to Canary Islands. We did eventually go to mainland Spain, but never went to Madeira or the Azores, but because we got Portugal ticked off. And I think on, okay, what? Just quick before we miss it, let's see what river. I think that's okay. That's going to be the Rio. I think we're going over the Rio Caceta right now. Cacheta right now. Not that river. But we're going on Volanta. There's like a little thing. Project Fly had this too. There's a lot of different places where, you know, if you do tracking your flights, there's like an achievement where it's like you went to every country in the world, and that's what I'm trying to achieve. And so some of these places are not required, like Madeira or Azores, to complete that. However, I think I need to go to St. Pierre and Miquelon to complete that. I think it might be. I'm not sure. I'll have to check that, because if that is the case, we need to do a flight up there before we get out of the Americas. But all these, though, these are all kind of they seem independent, or I don't know. And I think on this, what are the ones that are bold? They have some of these are bold. Outermost regions. Okay, so these are ones that are part of the EU. So I'm assuming these are ones that are because these are technically Portugal. This is Spain. These are France. They are part of the EU. Okay, so that was my question. I was kind of wondering. It's like, okay, are these all part of the UK actually, like a constituent? And they aren't. They aren't the same as the mainland. They are their own little things, but they're overseas territories. So all these overseas territories, you know, even like here, you got Saint Barthélemy, which is going to be if that's St. Barth, that's going to be a really cool landing. Hopefully I can stick it. But there's one French one that isn't, and then same with out in front, Polynesia and Wallis and Futuna. So, but New Caledonia, oh no, New Caledonia, is it? Oh, it's an exclusive economic zone. It's not part of the EU. Okay, I see. It's crazy. I mean, it's just there's so many different little things, so it's gonna be fun. I'm really liking it. World tour is fun. It's a fun thing to do. Get to ramble on about this kind of stuff. Let's see. My mom's last name is the exact same as mine due to my grandparent. My abuelo has Estrada Cortez, and my abuela has Gonzalez Colon, and only the paternal surnames, the first one, gets passed down. Most ladies keep their surnames after marriage. Okay, so like, really? Huh. I've never seen that, the dual surnames or whatever. Or they just... So you get the surname of both your parents, basically, is what happens. Yeah? No. Or... Yeah, you get the... So like your grandparents, their surnames are Estrada Cortez and Gonzalez Colon. And so then your mom would have became Estrada Gonzalez. Now why is yours the same as your mom? That's why I'm confused. Because your mom became Estrada Gonzalez because took the Estrada Cortez and Gonzalez, well, Estrada Gonzalez. But then do you have an adopted father? I mean, I'm just asking, but you know, wouldn't your adopted father, you know, whatever his surname is, take the first one, and then your mom, so it'd be like Estrada, you know, or whatever. Interesting. I mean, we do see that. I mean, we have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, so she's got the two. But a lot of people, they just have the one. So he was like, do they just drop one? They just drop the first part and have the last part. Okay, so you don't have a dad. Like, you don't have an adopted dad, or because you're adopted? You know, is that? If you don't mind, I'm curious. I'm not. I should put that. I don't have that. Alright, well, it looks like we're coming up on. Okay, there's another river we're coming up on. I forgot. Missed that one. This is going to be, we're coming up on the Putumayo River. Now, okay, I mean, it makes sense. If you don't have a dad, you just take your mother's surname, you know, and not have the kind of the switch with them. Yeah. That's kind of interesting, but I'll have to pay attention to that. But it's like I've really never noticed that. I mean, there's a few, like I said, like the one I can think of off the top of my head is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's got the two. I always thought that was just, you know, most people, and maybe officially everyone does. That's how it is, but for some reason they don't actually show it. Usually it's just like Garcia, you know, Rivera. Even on Duolingo, it's like they're not teaching that. They're just like Senor Rivera or Senor, you know. And maybe that's what you guys do. Maybe in Spanish, you drop one of them in conversation. You just use the last one or whatever. I don't know how it works, but it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, there's all kinds of different ways, and I think, you know, you have, you know, like in Hebrew, it's always, you know, you have, you know, Hebrew, which is very similar actually to, like, you know, a lot of like the Viking, Norwegian, Scandinavian ways of doing it. You know, in Hebrew, it's been, you know, your name, and then I don't know how they do it for girls, so don't ask me there. But I know for boys, you have the boy's name, and then Ben, and then the father's name. You know, son of father's name, and that's just how it goes. There's no last name, even though, and sometimes that just becomes your last name. It's just like Ben. You know, similar to like the Scandinavians, where it's like, you know, like Leif Erikson. Well, Leif Erikson, it's Leif, Eric's son. You know, he's Eric's son, Leif. You know, that's where it came from. You know, Anderson. You know, all those names. You know, all the names that have son in them. Okay, so you don't have adopted dad. Hey man, MN Dribblers, welcome in. We are flying. We're over the Amazon. I think we're over the western edge of the Amazon rainforest. I'm not sure how far it goes in. Let me see. Well, let's look that up. But this is, yeah, World Tour Flight 169, as you can see. We're flying from Bogotá, Colombia, down to Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia, the largest city and industrial center in Bolivia. We got about 2.5 hours to go, 1,000 miles. And we're flying over, right now we're still over Colombia, I believe. Yeah, we're still over Colombia. Once we cross this river coming up, the cockpit, that river right ahead of us, that is going to be the border between Colombia and Peru. So we're going to fly over Peru for a little bit, and then we'll be back. There's a straight line border between the two rivers, between the Amazon and this river. Because I guess it looks like what they wanted to do is they wanted to give Colombia some access to the Amazon River, and so they drew this kind of weird straight lines. So we're gonna fly into Peru, and then we'll cross the land border back into Colombia for a spell, and then we'll hit the Amazon River. And right about when we hit the Amazon River, we'll be crossing into Brazil or Peru, depending on where we are, because the three borders come together right there. I've been pretty good. Just haven't been streaming. Obviously streamed last on Sunday because I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Next stream will be next Friday. The next planned scheduled stream, 6 a.m. Central Time, Central U.S. Time, will be on Friday. We'll be flying from... I'm guessing we'll be flying from Santa Cruz de la Sierra to
Maintain flight level 390. Contact Lima Center 128.1.
To Sao Paulo. We're going to be flying to Brazil. So that'll be a fun flight. I think that will be next time. I don't think we'll have time to do it today. After this flight, I will probably be done for streaming today and be doing stuff with the family, getting chores done, all that good stuff.
Maintain flight level 390.
Alright, so we just contacted Lima Center, and they told us to maintain flight level 390. But I've been good. It was a good, easy week of work, because I was doing the can shuttle for Miller Brewery here in Milwaukee, so just, you know, driving about 7, you know, I keep saying, you don't know. Driving about 7 miles, I think, back and forth. 7 miles up and then 7 miles back here in town from the brewery up to the warehouse, grabbing a load of cans for whatever line I was on, and then coming back, dropping off. Yesterday, I think I only did that once. Sat around most of the day because just the way the production was going. So it's kind of the easy part of the job I have. Tomorrow and Sunday I'll be working. Well, yeah, tomorrow and Sunday I'll be spotting. So just moving trailers around in the yard here at the brewery, which is a little bit more labor intensive, getting, you know, climbing up the steps into the truck, climbing down the steps, hooking up airlines, closing doors, opening doors, doing all that stuff. It's a little bit more exercise. And then Monday and Tuesday I'll be back doing cans, and then Wednesday and Thursday doing some spotting, and then Friday off, and then the weekend off. So I'll have a 3-day weekend. For sure streaming on Friday and Saturday at 6 in the morning. Sunday I have to figure out what we're going to do. Want to go to church, and so that's morning. But then the afternoon gets a little hectic too, because then everyone's awake, my wife's awake, baby's awake, and I want to do things. So Sunday might just be a wash. So really, like in real life, Alicia, you have a real Cub Crafter's X-Cub, gray and orange X-Cub. That's cool. Alright, so I think we just crossed this river. This is the Putumayo River, and we are now flying over Peru. The sun is coming out here. I mean, it's been out here in the sim, and we're local. I'm going on live time, and I'm still surprised that it's only 8:22. We're so far east at this point. We are further east. We're about probably the same as Boston now, east. So I don't know why we're not in the Eastern time zone. I don't know if there's... I looked it up before. The time zone at. Okay, I think actually we're just about to cross. It's weird how the Eastern time zone kind of shifts over when you go into South America. Once we cross into, so right now we're in Peru, so we're still, it's weird because the time zone that we're in right now, it's the same as the central time zone in America, even though we're technically in the eastern area, so the eastern US time zone. But we're still, it's so weird. It's almost as if we set the time zones up, or whoever set the time zones up thought that South America is directly south of the United States, North America, even though it's a little further over to the east. And so, but once we cross into Brazil, then we should be into Eastern time, or whatever it is the equivalent is in South America. Let's see what it is. It's AMT. I'm not sure what AMT is. Amazon time. South American time zones. And why are they not lined up right? Ooh. But it's strange because the time zone on the west coast of South America, which if you follow it straight up would be the east time zone and would be an hour ahead of where I am, or it'd be minus 4 hours from GMT from the Zulu time. And then Central Time is -5. For some reason, in South America, it's -5 there on the west coast when it lines up where it's -4. So it's like, why are they different? Maybe. But even when I look at the time zone maps, it's distinctly the same time zone. Maybe is that because of the daylight savings time? And so now it's always going to be off? Maybe that's what threw it off? Possibly. You know, I'm thinking that might be what the problem is. That might be what the issue is. Because usually the central time zone, when it's not daylight savings time, so in America we have this daylight savings time, which is now going to be permanent. I think we're permanently staying on the time we're at now. So even during the winter we're going to be on this time. I think we're thrown off because you have your UTC, or your Universal Time, or whatever that's called, Greenwich Time, Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, your Greenwich Mean Time, Zulu. That goes through London, Greenwich. And then you have -1, -2 hours, -3. That's going to be your kind of eastern. The -3 is going to overlap with, you know, middle of Greenland and like eastern Brazil. You know, why am I just talking about? Like, why don't I have this up? There it is. Let's show it off. Show the map, right? Come on, Mark. Show the map. So it's weird to me. So here's -3. That makes sense. So actually, these guys are right. We're the wrong ones. Because here, 3, 4 is supposed to be right here. Is the green, and probably Canada right here is the green. Even though Canada's in this time zone too. Does Canada do daylight savings time? Yeah, do they? Maybe they do. It looks like Mexico kind of gets in on the action too. So North America looks like it's screwed up. I don't know if that's always like that, but I know that during winter we're -6. So usually we'd be right here -6, which is correct if you compare it to the rest of the world and you just go all the way through.
Maintain flight level 390 of the Avianca 382.
Granted, I mean, you look at Europe, all of Europe is +2 from, and even London. It's weird because the line goes through London. Oh, they got daylight savings time too. So, okay, so the only people, I think it's because, yeah, okay, so like Africa, a lot of places, okay. So I think the northern, up here, we're all in daylight savings. I wonder if the south has daylight savings time too, if these countries do that. And they're not doing it right now, obviously, because it is winter down here in the south. So I'm wondering, that, you know, I didn't really think of that. So I just kind of learned something right there. I wasn't thinking about that it's like, okay, we got daylight savings time. Because I'm coming down here and we're so far east, and I was like, why am I still at the same time that I am here, even though I'm way far east? I should be an hour or maybe even 2 hours ahead. My parents moved to Cartagena, how to say, Cartagena 6 months ago, so I currently am with my mom. Cartagena, where's Cartagena? Oh, that's way up there. Yeah, it's up on the coast. That's a really, I kind of want to look up both these cities that you, Florencia and then Cartagena. I mean, Cartagena is right there on the Caribbean. And right there on the, that's got to be a kind of a cool tropical city or something, I would guess. Alright, I believe that's going to be the Amazon. That's the Amazon River you're seeing off in the distance. And we're going to cross over. Once we cross over, we should go into the AMT. Not sure what time zone that is. AMT time zone. What's that actually called? Amazon time. So we're going into Amazon time. Right now we're in... I wish I had a map that just told me it. We're in ECT right now. We're in Ecuador time right now. We're in Ecuador time, which is currently matched up with Central time in America, but I think usually would be, if we didn't have permanent daylight savings time now, would be matched up with Eastern time zone. But because of the daylight savings time, it's all screwed up, and it's going to remain screwed up forever, because unless South America also does daylight savings time, at which point during the winter, our winter and their summer will be matched. And then during our summer and their winter, we won't be matched, which is kind of weird. You almost shouldn't be matched ever. But if they do daylight savings time down in the southern hemisphere, which I don't know if they do. And you know what? I'm not going to look it up. Alright, so everything seems to be working fine now. Yeah, my stream, my background and overlays are working now actually, versus earlier where they decided to die. Got our nice little cup here for Avianca. Frame rates are doing good. We got some cloud cover. It looks like we're flying into a little bit. I don't know what we're flying into because I got nothing on the radar on Atlanta. Doesn't mean there isn't nothing, but there isn't nothing. Nice double negative there. Doesn't mean there isn't anything. Hence I have my X-Cub so I can see them without driving from the car. That's too cool. That's too cool. How long does it take you to fly in the X-Cub up there though? I don't have a... I could throw it up there on Microsoft Flight Sim. That'd be a pretty cool flight to do, I think, actually. Now that I think about it. Let's see. You're in Florencia. It's all very Italian. Florencia. Just want to make sure. Florencia, Colombia. I want to see this. What it's like. Florencia, Caqueta. How do I say that? Caqueta? Caqueta River? Is that what it is? Because that was the little couple of rivers ago we passed over. Caqueta. Yeah, I think Caqueta, right? That's all right. Department of Caqueta, Colombia. It's the most populous city in southwest Colombia. Okay. Lies on the Orteguaza River, and which flows into the Caqueta River. So maybe you're not on the Caqueta, but it flows. Then the Amazonas region. Population 168,346. So not huge. And of course, we're talking about South American country. We're talking about Colombia, I believe. What does Colombia have for a population? I think I saw Bolivia had like 11 million. Remember, I lived in a city in China that had 9 million people. So it's like, depending on where you are in the world, what's a big city, right? You know, 168 would be a big city within Wisconsin, the state of Wisconsin. We consider that a big city. Milwaukee here, the metro area is 1 million. The city itself is just under 600,000 now, as people are moving out to the suburbs. So the region's still like 1 million. I think the capital of Wisconsin, Madison, is about 168. So our second biggest city within my state is as big as the city you're living in. Which is a decent size. I mean, I think that's a decent size. Oh, wow. Madison's actually 260. I didn't realize it was that big. It's gotten really big lately. Wow. 10, 20 years ago. Alright, so that's that. Cartagena is, I want to say it's probably the biggest city, isn't it? Within Colombia. That's a pretty nice looking place. I would love to I'd love to travel to all these places. Well, that's where I've heard. I wonder if I've heard of Cartagena, Spain, or... Let's see, population 1 million. So your grandparents live in a city of 1 million. You live in a city of 100,000. A little bit of a change, but not huge. I mean, not as big as some people. Some people go, wow, that's a huge difference. Well, it's a little bit, not a ton, depending on how it's built. I mean, in China you can live in a city of 1 million, and it seems like it's a city of like 50,000 here in America. That it's similar, like the way it's, even though there's a ton more people, the services and stuff are sometimes even less than a smaller city in America, way smaller city in America. Cool. That's okay. Let's see if I can see it. So Florencia, Colombia to the game. I want to kind of get a. See if I can get a. It'd probably be that. These will probably be commercial flights though, if I can find it. That doesn't tell me anything. Oh, actually.
Avianca 382, contact Manaus Center.
4 hours due to stopover in Bogotá.
Contact
That's not bad,
Manaus
I mean.
Center 126.3.
That's just
Avianca
fine.
382.
That's fine.
Manaus Center, Avianca 382.
That's with your X-Cub?
Sprint at flight level 390.
Avianca 382, radar
Because
contact.
heck, I mean, you do
Flight level
Avianca. Oh.
390.
Yeah, because Avianca, it takes just about 4 hours, and that's with a 1 hour limit. Okay, but is that 4 hours? Are you telling me? Yeah, if you would do a flight on Avianca, it would take 4 hours with a 1 hour, about a 1 hour, a little bit over hour layover in Bogotá. So that's 4 hours including that, I'm assuming. But if you're in the X-Cub, it would take longer, wouldn't it? And then you're doing that stopover in Bogotá. Oh, just looking, just wondering. All right, let's. I really wish. Need to look up. Someone told me like a reset button for the drone. Like not five resets and just puts it behind you and resets all your like rotation settings. But like to just reset it so that you're not like tipped over your tilt. I'm gonna look that up. Like to reset tilt drone. Someone told me it. I did it one time. Now I can do it. Drone camera roll. Drone camera roll Horizon tilt issue. Let's pull this up for you guys. If you guys are into Microsoft Flight Simulator, here's something I've been dealing with. I've noticed for so long. I'm like, why is this an issue? This is from last year, over a year ago. Apologies if posting this question in the wrong section. You haven't seen any posts. Does anyone know if there's a way to keep the drone camera from rolling tilting the horizon? I'd love to know the answer. For example, when drone camera is locked to the aircraft but not following, when you fly or taxi within about 100 feet of the drone camera will roll, tilting the horizon as it pans to follow the aircraft around. Crap, there's no answer. Or is there a reply? Last reply. Oh, that's the reply. Well, that didn't help. Use your drone drifting, how to fix tilting. I'm assuming that's your drone. Alright, I'm gonna put that on. Put that away. Oh, I never pulled it up for you guys. Never mind. Never mind. 4 hours commercially, but I fly directly and it takes me 1 hour 30. It only takes you an hour 39 direct? But commercially it's like 3 hours. It takes them 3 hours. I mean, even if you take out that layover, if they're including that layover, it still takes them. They're falling here. You'll get an hour and 30 minutes out of that. I don't know. You do it. I have no way to check until, I mean, I can check once I do, once I finish this flight. I'm gonna set up an X-Cub flight between those two places to see what Microsoft Flight Simulator says. I find that hard to believe, but hey, if you can do it in an hour 39 minutes, that's That's the way to go. That is the way to go. All right, let's get in here and see. We're still an hour, 2 hours out, so we really don't need to. I was gonna say, what's going on with my fuel here? Every once in a while it'll do that. What's this? This isn't the progress page. Oh, fuel page. Fuel on board. Estimated fuel on board 1.6. So we're cutting it a lot closer than usual. It seems like, and I don't know, maybe the fuel burn in this plane is more realistic, because a lot of the other planes, you know, every time I do a PMDG flight, I always have like 3,000-4,000 left over. It could also be dependent on how much extra I needed to have for the alternate, even though the alternate's cutting pretty close there. See, that's in yellow. Usually it won't be even close to the alternate. The alternate will be like, you'll still be over 1,000 or so. Kind of interesting. So 1.5 hours in the XCOM. Now you got me pretty interested in maybe doing that flight in the XCOM. If I could stream and fly, you know, every day of the week, and I could get a stream in every day of the week, and maybe in the future, once my, you know, right now, the baby Elashua, he is just being a handful right now. He's just about 8 months. In a couple of days, he'll be 8 months old. He's mobile. He's starting to pull himself up to, you know, stand next to things. He likes to just explore, so if you're not paying attention, you know, he's gonna bop himself on stuff or pull something down on himself. But he's also like very clingy. Like if you don't give him attention, he wants the attention, and then as soon as you give him attention, as soon as you pick him up, then he's trying to pull away and get away, crawl, and go somewhere else. And it's like, okay, well, either do that and I'll watch you and stop you from knocking down all my stuff, or let me hold you and just sit nicely. And it's like, you can't get it. So right now I get home from work at about 6:10, you know, and my plan was, and my plan, hopefully at some point it can work this out, and especially once it gets cooler here, because one reason I haven't been even bothering to try to stream after work is because it's so hot up here in the evening, in the afternoon, in this room at the new house. But once we get into the winter and fall here, it's going to be a lot better, I think. So I'll try, but it's going to depend on, you know, what my wife feels like and how the baby's acting and how much energy I have, because I work 12 hours. I get up at 4:45 in the morning, and then by the time I'm going to stream in the evening, it'll probably be 7 o'clock, right? So, but I would love to do some more like week, you know, after work streams. You know, I want to do some coloring because I need to do some more of that. And that'll be something different that I've never really done the live stream of with you guys. And then, but I also want to be able to do some shorter flights, probably mostly in like an X, you know, in the, you know, smaller planes like the X Cub or whatever. I can't remember what I'm flying. I think I'm flying the Diamond Aircraft 62 right now along the Missouri River. I really enjoy doing those because it's a little bit more relaxed. There's not as much stuff I have to set up for the stream and sim brief and all this. It's just like, okay, I need to figure out point A, point B. Where am I flying from? Where am I flying to? And then follow the river and get there. And figure out if I can do that within like an hour, hour and a half, and not take 3 hours to do it. So maybe after I finish the Missouri River one, maybe I'll jump down and do that Florencia to Cartagena, because that'd be interesting. I mean, I have not flown to be honest, I haven't flown enough anywhere in the world on Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's not enough time. But South America, there's so many places I would just, it'd be fun to just do a flight and be like, okay, cool. And And see how good Microsoft Flight Simulator also makes it look. Like every time I load into Japan, Japan looks incredible, some of these places, and I'm like, ooh, okay. And there's other places you load in, and you're like, ugh. I'm a little, like I said, we're flying into, where are we flying? Santa Cruz. Is it Viru? For this being the biggest city in Bolivia, the airport, I'm a little concerned about the airport. I mean, it's a city, it's a metro of 2.5 million people. 2.5 million people. I want to see this airport. I need to look on that. But it's like when I loaded in, at least the version that I think, I know I have I got a mod for it too. Not a paid mod, so it's just free, a little bit extra added. But Viru International. Let's see this. It just seems like a very empty airport. Yeah, it really isn't much there. Only like 5 gates. Okay. 5 gates and a few apron parking spots. Alright. Yeah, it's just a kind of a little airport situated north of the city. Alright. That was my concern. Oh, there's something wrong here. Alright, so we're into Brazil now. We have the Amazon. Well, still flying probably over good chunks of the Amazon forest, but we flew over the Amazon River. Over Brazil, we still have hour 45 to go, probably an hour and a half before I need to kind of start picking up the workflow. I'm looking for, what was I doing? What I was looking at. I'm debating right now. I'm debating if I should buy the PMDG 737-800. I really want to because that's the plane I flew. I didn't fly the PMDG version of it, but I flew the Zibo mod for the default 737-800NX plane. That was the plane I exclusively flew over there. I did probably 100 flights of a world tour in X-plane in that plane. So, yeah, it'd be really cool have that, but at the same time it's like how much different is it going to be from the, I mean, I know it's longer, I know it's got more seats, but you know, there's a few different things on the overhead panel, but I don't know, I mean, is it worth it? Bolivia VFR, he's got quite a few Bolivia airports. Let me look at it. It actually isn't too bad. I mean, looks like he just does, didn't really do much to the, no real custom buildings, but he redid the taxiways and the markings. 3D model of the terminal and control tower. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Yeah, so if you're flying to Bolivia, look up on flightsim.to, look up Bolivia VFR. He or they have quite a few good-looking airports. It's always nice when people pick a little, and even these smaller airports will just do some really good work. Because it makes it a joy to go fly there, land. Hey, Brat boy, or Brat boy? Are you a brat, or are you like brats? bratwurst. Welcome in, welcome in. If you're not sure what you just stepped into, we're flying on Avianca. Down, right now we're kind of over the western part of the Amazon rainforest. Just passed over the Amazon River a few miles back. So we're in Brazil now, over Brazil, on our way from Colombia down to Bolivia, to Santa Cruz de la Sierra, Bolivia. This is our World Tour Flight 169. We've been flying into every country and territory in the world. Today we're flying into Bolivia. Next time we do a World Tour flight, probably next Friday, we're flying into Brazil, to Sao Paulo, Brazil, so that will be pretty cool. Looking forward to it. Probably a little bit bigger airport than we're flying in tonight, today. This morning, for me at least. Let's see, what river are we coming up on? Probably. Looks like the Purus River. Right there. Pretty traditional there, or at least it sounds like they had you kind of dress a little bit more traditional. But I kind of like that. The more, my wife is like that. She rarely wears jeans. You know, I think she has a pair of jean shorts and she has a pair of jeans, and then otherwise she's usually wearing like nice dresses, you know, kind of light summer dresses, you know, not full length, but you know, to the knee or whatever, and seems more comfortable, I think, than wearing jeans, especially during the summer. During the winter, yeah, I guess during the winter she would probably wear jeans or pants a little bit more, but she likes to wear the dresses, and that was the big thing with China. It's like you see more women wearing a greater variety of clothing. Here, especially in Wisconsin, it's like everyone's wearing jeans and like Wisconsin Badger, you know, the college sweatshirt, or pro football team sweatshirt, whatever it is. It's always, basically that, or some. It looks like everyone's ready to go out hunting all the time. There's never, very rarely are people really. Okay, I'm kind of confused why the river just got smaller here. Sometimes in these outlying areas, the satellite imagery comes in or gets lost. Like right there, I think it got lost. I think the quality went down or something. Or like the river is hardwired into the sim, and then this is like what we're seeing here is like the satellite imagery over it. We're like losing the satellite imagery. Sometimes the servers do that. Breaks the immersion a little bit. We're not at 100% immersion yet. I'd say probably 70% now. Better than X-Plane in some parts. Worse than X-Plane in others. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, my mom does a lot of sewing. She makes a lot of clothes. She's making a lot of clothes for our baby. So that's nice. Saves us money on buying clothes from the store. And yeah, so she does a lot of sewing. I don't know how to do any of that. I never learned, and she was gonna teach my wife to, but that really hasn't taken off, and right now just not enough time with with taking care of the baby. But yeah. Estimated fuel on board below minimum. What is going on? Why is my fuel on board wrong? What happened? I guess I should have put a little bit more fuel on than... Even though we have 5,400, we started with 60... What? No. Is that 9,000 or something? What? Okay, 9,000. Okay, so we have used about 4,000. Alright. Yeah, we're about halfway. Let's see, we're halfway and we barely used any, but we have used about half. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on it. Jean Macagnan, crossing Ciudad of Varzea Grande Airport, today at Sao Paulo. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is beautiful. Beautiful over here. We're flying over the Amazon. I'm not sure if we're... That's what I was going to look up for before. Where's the Amazon? Rainforest. Like how far? Where's the coverage of it? Oh yeah, we're definitely over the Amazon rainforest. Basically everything in this part of Brazil is Amazon rainforest, so... And a lot of Bolivia is technically, probably where we're landing is technically still in the Amazon rainforest. Or right on the edge of it. So yeah, we're smack dab over the Amazon right now. No longer over the river. The river is quite a while back now, but some of these are rivers that go and flow into it. Almost, if you didn't look closely, you kind of like, if I just kind of glance, it almost looks like I'm flying over the ocean. That kind of same color it ends up being with the atmosphere. Well, that's good. That's good that you can make your own clothing, make your own dresses and stuff. So, fewer and fewer people can do that. It used to be just, it used to just be common. Especially if you're, I was gonna say especially if you're a woman, but well, yeah, especially if you're a woman, you likely knew how to do, at the very least, mending clothes. But even men, most men knew how to mend clothes to a certain amount for quite a while until pretty recently. And and obviously there were men who that was their job. They were tailors, so they made pants and shirts and stuff. But yeah, there's so many little skills that have fallen out that we now rely on just going to the store and spending money. And what happens when that's not available, or what happens if you want to? So that's what I'm trying to do right now. I wish I did a lot more of that when I was in China. I had a lot more time. I spent way too much time flying and playing computer games when I was in China. And now that I don't have time, I wish I had more to be able to learn how to do some other things. Especially when you own a house, you need to learn how to do a lot of things yourself. Otherwise, unless you have money. If you have money, you don't have to learn how to do things. But if you're poor, lower middle class, it's good to know how to repair things, do your own, yard work, whatever, landscaping. Yep, you also have flight sim, cool. But you have an X Cup. Why do you need a flight sim, right? Of course, you can go in the flight sim. You can fly other places in the world, and for the cost of the sim and the computer or whatever, you're not paying for all the fuel and everything else. But But that's really cool. I mean, yeah, there's so many pilots have flight sim as well, because you can only fly at certain times, whereas you can always jump into a flight sim. No matter what the weather is outside, no matter what your financial situation is, for the most part. You can't afford gas, well, you can't get that plane in the air. But you can always get the sim plane in the air. The gas is free. Fuel is free. I'm making sure I actually turn stuff off. I have flown whole flights with the landing lights on. Seatbelts have been off this whole time because we're at Cruz. And yeah, that fuel is a little low. I'm just gonna go check I'll keep it on here. So we're gonna be flying into. We already kind of we have an idea of what it might change depending on the winds and stuff, but right now we are going to be flying in on runway 34. So we're gonna be coming in headed. We're gonna be aiming to the north. I think we're gonna be landing north. It'd be northwest. So we're kind of looping around and then landing northwest. Right now we're flying southeast, and we're going to kind of loop around and come back the other direction. That depends on the wind. I'm going to bring up navigraphs. I want to bring this up because I want to look at some of our charts as we're going. So we don't have any. We're just going direct to this VOR right here over the airport, which is Victor India Romeo. And there's the airport. Just before the airport, there's the VOR, or Viru, Victor India Romeo. And once we get there, we're going to then go on to our final approach for ILS Uniform Runway 34. Now there is also an ILS Victor, which has a slightly different kind of way to approach. We're going to do this one. This one's very easy. So we're going to come in, we're going to get to the VOR. And from the VOR, we're going to go at 139 degrees. Now, this is all programmed into the computer, so I don't need to set it, but it's good to know. There's also a holding point here where we'd go to 319 and loop this way, and then once we're ready to be cleared, we'd go on to the final. 139 degrees out, 10 miles away from the VOR, so we're going to go for 10 miles. At 10 miles, we're going to start looping to end tier, which is 10 miles out from the VOR as well, but on the 339 degrees from, well, it's not 339 degrees away from the VOR, but headed back towards the VOR at a 339 degree angle, and that will take us to the runway. And this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the ILS. Now this automatically will fill in on my, in on this radio nav page, or I could put it in manually. I'm going to put it in manually just so it's in there. It's not going to show up as anything because it's not captured in. Our course is 339 degrees for the runway. Is that a format error? Okay. Never had that happen before. Maybe that was just automatic. I'm also going to put the VOR in. That's the Viru, the VIR. It's going to be 113.8. For that, I'm going to put, I don't think I need to put course on here. I think I could put 339 as well. And that will line it up. I think you can also put your kind of outbound, and you can line up, bounce it off of the frequency as well. Different ways to do VOR. Man, it looks like I'm over the ocean. Whoa. It's just an ocean of trees. No clouds, so... kind of just all rainforest down there. Sim has nostalgic use. Okay. When I got COVID, or when, well, I got it when COVID happened, and I often use the sim to help me cope while within my home majority of the time. Yeah. I mean, when you can't go out and do things, you know, that's, I think, for me, like when all the lockdowns and all that stuff was going on. First of all, I'm a truck driver, and so I was over the road at that point, and we had to stay on the road. We had to keep doing what we were doing. So I never really got stuck in the house. And then when I did come home for weekends or every other weekend, I didn't mind being stuck in the house because I don't really go out and do things. I didn't want to, and I didn't want to deal with things either if I had to wear a mask and all that stuff. And there's still things I don't do right now because there's still places that they require, like, oh, you need to wear a mask here, or you need to do this, or whatever it is. And I'm like, nah, not worth the effort. I'll just go to the beach, or I'll just go, you know, I'm at work now with the local spotting. I'm outside all day, so I think this afternoon I kind of want to go mini golfing or something. I want to try to find that. There's some place to go mini golfing. Do something besides just moving in. We'll see how the weather is, though. I mean, if the weather is really crappy today, who knows? Maybe we will have another stream. But definitely after this flight, well, the YouTube stream, I always end the YouTube stream after each flight and start a new one. But it'll probably be, yeah, I'll probably end the stream and maybe, you know, depending on how the weather is, if it's just miserable outside, maybe I'll do another stream. Maybe I'll do a US flight. Maybe I'll do some VFR, do something. I don't know if we'll have time to do the next World Tour flight. We'll see. Well, we'll check the weather. We'll see how it's going. It's a little cloudy, and I think it's supposed to be rainy today, so. It was really rainy yesterday already. But yeah, I had lots of time yesterday to kind of look at stuff, and because we got our new house here. You know, it's an old house, built in 1927, I think, but new for us. And you know, we have a little bit of a front yard, a little bit of a backyard. It's in the city, more of a yard than my parents have, but the grass is a little the yard's a little it's, you know, not great lawn, and upkeeping a lawn is a lot of work because lawns are not natural. And there's, in the front, a lot of these houses in Milwaukee are built, you know, you have your street level, and then the first floor of the house is about, you know, probably 5-6 feet above street level, and then you have your basement. And the basement, even though it's underground, it's technically above the street level a lot of ways. But the ground slopes up, so you kind of have a little hill in the front yard that goes down. So the grass struggles there, and we got a little bit of runoff or a little bit of erosion. And so I was looking at like landscaping. I'm like, oh, it'd be kind of cool to put like some bricks and stuff and kind of make some flower beds or little terraces. And as I was looking into it, I ran into this thing. I'm going to pull it up for you guys. I think it's really cool. And I'm looking forward to getting it, doing it. You know, something I've never done before. I've really never done gardening. My dad does a ton of gardening. His whole yard's like all a garden, but I think this would be really cool. It's called a dirt locker. And it's like these things right here, these little plastic, they come together. Like this one's really cool. See how it's, they're all plastic, and they kind of they interlock, and you can kind of create this like terrace thing along a hillside, along a slope, and even around a curve. You can do it around a curve. It's all modular. It's all, you know, each one of these is an individual thing, but they do all link together. For the most part, if you have kind of a weird shape you need to do, you unlink them and you just put some rebar in that comes with it, and then each of these you backfill with dirt, and they're individual, you know, beds. And you can also make some that are paths. And the cool thing about this versus doing something like a concrete or a stone or whatever is that you build like you build like a concrete or stone embankment along a slope, right? And now you just have this flat thing, and then maybe you have a flower bed, right? Like a wall. You're building a wall or whatever. That's more expensive, more time consuming. You might want to get someone who knows what they're doing to do, you know, more professional, someone who professionally does it to do it. This you can do all yourself, and you're gonna, if you do it, you follow directions, it's gonna work. The problem with, you know, your traditional embankment and landscaping is that that stuff, at that point when they first put it in, that's the strongest it's ever going to be. When you first put in an embankment, that's the strongest. It's just going to wear out from that day forward. It's like, you know, when you buy a new car and you drive it off the lot, it loses value, and it just continues to lose value. Same with an embankment; it just continues to lose, you know, its strength, because it's just this thing built to hold up the dirt. Whereas this, what happens is they're all interlocked. You have the dirt, so it's nice and strong to begin with. And then as you plant things and those roots dig deep and they go deep and they interlock, you build this nice strong ecosystem along your hillside or slope or whatever it is, and it actually is going to prevent your erosion. And with each of these little containers, it helps catch that rainwater or whatever water, and it stays there, goes in, and it doesn't just wash down the edge of, you know, this slope you have. I think there's some pretty cool, I mean, look at that. I mean, that looks, you know, just that garden going on there. And it's not just, that would be really hard to do from scratch, a garden like that, without having some nice terracing system like this. Because the problem is you'll put all this stuff in, and you'll get a rain, and it'll start washing away those small plants, and you'll get erosion and everything. Whereas this, they're all built in there, and then you can, after, you know, a couple of years and plants grow up. Now here you even have some trees. You can see, looks like some fruit trees or something they're gonna have there. So it's really cool. And it's all do-it-yourself. It's a do-it-yourself thing. You know, so if you've already ordered the terrace gardening kit, so the terrace gardening kits, it comes with you buy the number of these that you need, the right size too. You figure out your size and need, based on the slope, the area, and all that. You buy a few rebar things to plant to secure it in. You need to, at certain points, you need to secure it in with rebar into the actual ground, really, you know, really deep. You know, but then that's all you need for that. And then tool-wise, you know, it's like right here, it's like you need soil. You're gonna need some soil, gardening gloves, a level, a shovel, a wheelbarrow, a rake, and a mallet. That's it. You know, it's not this complicated. You know, not too complicated. So I'm a little excited to try that out. Where I have this situated. There we go. Like some good pictures. Yeah, he had like this whole granite, you know, stones and stuff, and you know, they started falling away after time, and so he took that out. He sloped it again because he had like more of an embankment with those rock. They started falling apart. It would cost thousands of dollars to fix that. He just took that out, sloped his thing again, and then they put this in. And, I mean, look at that, looks so cool. And I mean, it looks cool like this, but I think the ones I really like are when they're really overgrown. Like all the plants are really big, and it's just like this really cool thing. Yeah, again, here's this is kind of what we have. I mean, this isn't exactly, but it's like our slope isn't too huge, so we can put in just a few. You know, this is kind of like what I want. I mean, you know, just have something interesting, not just dead grass. You know, that's actually much more of a slope than we have. This is okay right here. This is actually pretty close to what we have. Now they didn't go too far. They kind of did something a little bit different here. you know, that's something I have to look at too. It's like, okay, what's going to work? But you know, they're using these for some trees or some plants, a few plants to do it. Some staircase planters. This is a big one. Huh. Yep, so that's gonna be a project at some point. Maybe as we get into fall here, maybe we'll do that now, or maybe next spring. You almost want to, I don't know if it would be better to do it during spring or do it during the fall, because you can't really plant, we wouldn't really be able to plant things during the fall unless it's something that, because it's winter will just kill everything, right? So maybe we'll do it in spring and then plant stuff. No idea how it would work here in Wisconsin, but like that big one, that big first one that I showed, like that was up in upstate New York where they get harsh winters too, so. Big one with the red mulch. Alright, hour 21 still to go. Alright, so I did this the other day. I did some Duolingo and did my Spanish lesson, because I'm doing Spanish right now. The only problem that I have with doing it online is I don't get my double points and everything. So, I guess I'll just have to do that later. I'll do some now and I'll do some more later. This guy, me and him, we were going back and forth, because you get points for doing lessons and stuff, and then you're kind of in a league, and there's people, you're competing against other people to win the league. And me and him were in the same league a couple weeks ago, and I think we did about, I probably did half these lessons. And he beat me out because I just was like, okay, I'm too tired, I have to go to bed. It really pushes you to keep learning. Alright, so let's do this. Let's see how much we can.
Estudiantes.
Hablar.
Casas. Con.
Yo escribo un correo electrónico nuestros escribaninos. So this is I write an email, we write messages. So like now in this section of lessons I'm learning, we're starting to get more into the what is that, third person, plural third person? Like we, or no, it's not plural, but the plural, like so we and they. Whereas we've done a ton of, you know, I, you, he, she.
Leemos los correos electrónicos en la mañana.
Okay, so the cool thing in Spanish is you can actually drop off the pronoun. So here's leemos, which is read, but leemos is we read. So we read the emails, correos electrónicos, in the morning. Interesting that mañana is morning and tomorrow, but I'm guessing when it's en la mañana, it's always going to be in the morning. And then it's like, you know, martes es mañana, you know, Tuesday is tomorrow. Or sábado es mañana, well, Saturday is tomorrow. That's what you kind of tell by the context which one it is. Yo vivo con mi hijo. Hijo. Yes, I do. I live with my son. Nosotros vivimos con las mascotas. No, we don't. We don't have any mascotas with their pets, but this is we live with the pets. We don't have any pets. Not here. Nosotros escribimos para la abuela cartas, letters. Ella nunca lee los correos electrónicos, so writes letters. We write letters for grandmother. She never reads emails. We want 2 houses in New York, so
nosotros queremos dos casas en Nueva York.
Mi familia y yo vivimos en una casa grande. Las tardes siempre son divertidas aquí en la playa. I read that and I didn't actually, I don't think how much of it I actually like comprehended or like consciously comprehended. Oh, sorry, I forgot to actually show you what I'm doing. There it is. So that's what I'm doing. I always do. I always forget I have to like hit the button. So now we're over. Oh, why does this thing tilt so bad? How do I prevent it from doing that? So we're kind of coming out of the rainforest. Looks like now. Coming up on a Rio Branco, and then we'll be coming up on the Rio Branco right there. We're gonna be coming up on the border with Bolivia too. Staying here, it's a little quieter. Keep going. So, La Familia, what do they do? Viva en la... Yeah.
Tardes.
I mean, it's the only one that makes... It's the only one that fits, but at the same time, it's like, it's not 100... I mean, because this is... in the afternoons or
tardes.
The afternoon, always
Siempre son
always having fun here on. Well, I guess here is what's here on the beach. So because I guess because of here, it's like okay, they live there. This would be Pasa Tardes, Habaritas. That's like bored in the afternoon or something. Here they have a small house, but here it says they have a large house, so this is what makes sense.
Juan, tú tienes muchos libros aburridos.
Juan, tú tienes Juan, do you... No, wait, you have, sorry, it's a statement. You have a lot of boring books. Aburridos libros. Boring books.
¿Cuántas casas tiene tu familia? Casas, casas.
Plural. So how many houses does your family have?
Familia.
Mi abuelo nunca
escribe correos electrónicos.
Nosotros queremos caminar en la tarde.
Nosotros queremos caminar en la what?
Nosotros queremos caminar en la tarde. Verde, tarde.
Oh, tarde, yeah. We live in a house on the beach, so
nosotros vivimos en una casa en la playa.
Las mañanas con mi familia nunca son aburridas. 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 Unos. Aburridas.
See, there's always one where it's like I kind of miss it. I should have done it slower just to get it right there. It's also a little hard because my sim and this I can't get enough sound on this, but if I turn the sim sound down, then it'll go down for you guys too. And I don't know.
Las tardes con amigos son divertidas.
Divertidas is fun. Con is with, so with amigos, with friends. Las tardes, afternoon. And son is our, plural, our. Yeah.
Los fines de semana en la playa son muy divertidos.
Oh, actually it doesn't. If I turn down Flight Simulator, it doesn't turn it on. Does it? No. Cool.
Los fines de semana en la playa son muy divertidos. Los fines de semana en la playa son muy divertidos. Los fines de semana en la playa son muy divertidos. Los fines de semana en la playa son muy divertidos. Los fines de semana en la playa son muy divertidos.
See, I kept hearing the end, but I was like, I already used the end. It's fines de semana, so weekends at the beach are very fun. These are really fun. We always rate in the library, so
Nosotras. Escribimos. Siempre.
Always. Oh wait, do I want to say siempre first?
Escribe en la biblioteca.
Yeah. Okay, so
Los periódicos.
Newspapers.
Veces.
Veces, sometimes.
Son aburridos.
Las mañanas con mi familia nunca son aburridas. Mi familia. Las mañanas con mi familia nunca son aburridas. Nunca son aburridas.
So, mornings with my family are never boring. Yep. I hide that for now, and fly over Brazil. Yeah, these are. I'm wondering if these areas are like some of those areas that are clear cutting the forest. I know for sure further east it's like that, but once you over here in the west.
Contact LA Pass, Center 123.9 of the A382. LA Pass Center of the A382, south Tango Romeo at flight level 390.
Of the A382, radar contact, maintain, flight level 390.
Maintain flight level 390 of the A382.
trying to figure out what this volume is, but it doesn't change anything. It does. Does it sound different? Oh yeah, it does change it. Let's mess with the volume. I want to make it a little, turn up the cockpit a little bit, turn down the outside a little bit. Trying to figure out where that level should be. That's all it is. I'm gonna, let me see how many guys over here. And I'm gonna step away for a moment. Get you on the, get you up here, because we're gonna be going pretty soon. We're gonna, I'm gonna have a little bit more of a workload, getting ready for landing and all that. So I'm gonna step away, run to the bathroom, let a flight attendant come up here and sit in the seat, and I'm gonna use the bathroom, go check out some other things, and then we'll be back for the landing. So I'll see you in just a few moments. Alright, so I just sent out for the Atis and for the Medar for our arrival airport. Let's see what we get. I don't know if we'll get the Atis. But we did get a company message, so we'll return over here. Received messages. There's the Atis. Let's see what we got. Yep, no Atis available. I believe if you're using VATSIM, you can get the Atis through here. For sure you can get it through the VATSIM thing. We'll do it through the FS HUD. I'll just get that turned on so you guys can see it. There's FS HUD. You can see our last message from La Paz Center. So we could look. Let's see. We're going to Santa. Yeah, we're not close to anything yet. Once we're closer, we can pull up the Atis. Let's see what we get. Santa Cruz. That's what we're looking for. Viru. Or Viru. It's hard to say. Okay, we should have received the Medar now. Okay, the Medar usually has enough of the data. Okay, so it's kind of interesting. I guess Colombia still uses, just like America does, the inches, but then I've already switched it to the QNH. Our rival in Bolivia, they use the QNH. They use more like Europe than most of the world. So let's see. Let's print this out. Alicia's flying from Galapagos to Florencia. Cool. Yeah, there's so many places that you guys will mention flights that you're doing. I'm like, oh, that's a cool. I've never thought of going from there to there, but like I said, I've been doing this world tour thing, so it's like I kind of want to get this world tour thing done, and then it'll be a free for all after that, and then it's like I couldn't. I remember when I first started the world tour concept I just couldn't think of anywhere to fly, and it's still hard to figure out where to fly until you're flying, and then people bring up something, and you're like, oh, I want to fly there. Or they want you to fly there too. Alright, so we should have gotten that printed out. I've already put it up here. The sun is shining very in a way that's making it hard. Oh, okay, it has the QNH and it has the inches on for up there. But we need just the QNH. So we're going to go performance page. Next phase. We're looking at the arrival. So QNH is going to be 1015. We'll check this again, or they'll give it to us as we're coming down. Temperature 29 degrees Celsius. This morning it was like 8 when we took off. So up in Colombia. I'm surprised it's 29. Because it's winter, isn't it? Am I wrong? I could have sworn the southern hemisphere is winter. Let me just check. 30 degrees Celsius. Wow. That is pretty warm. I could have sworn they were in the southern hemisphere. Or is it because they're pretty close to the equator though. I mean, I guess the equator, it's all, when you're pretty close to the equator, it doesn't really. I mean, not that close though. And again, it's still winter. Yeah, it's almost hotter there than it is here. I mean, we're starting, yeah, it's starting to be spring, I suppose, down there. I mean, we could argue, but that's crazy. Alright, winds are 340 degrees at 10 knots. So what were we landing? We're landing runway. Yeah, that's perfect, I think, right? Because the wind is coming from that direction. It's coming. Well, actually, let me look. See, I always confuse this. Yeah, the wind is coming right at us. So the way the wind works is it tells you the direction it's coming from. The wind is coming from that direction. So it's actually perfect for what we're landing. We're landing 339 degrees. Wind is going 340. That means we're gonna have a headwind. You want a headwind. Tailwind, you're gonna get pushed down the runway. You want to kind of have something pushing back at you. That's why we're coming down 3-4. So 3-4 still is perfect. Obviously, if the wind was like a 180, we'd be coming in runway 16. But we're coming in this one because there's the wind. It's perfect. It didn't change. Transition altitude 6,000 feet. And actually it's 5,000, so let's switch that. Not sure where they got that 6,000. Barometer, this is going to be our minimum on the landing. Minimum on the landing. I'll bring up the chart. Minimum on the landing is 1,450. Okay, and that's all we gotta do. I was gonna quickly step away again, but I noticed that we're headed to our final waypoint, the VOR, right at the airport. 182 miles out. Looks like we're gonna be there in what, 15 minutes maybe? No, 23 minutes. 23 minutes. We haven't started descending yet. We haven't gotten anything yet. Top of descent's getting close. I'm gonna throw on this calculator. And our target altitude is 5,000 for that point. So 107 miles out, we are 179. Okay, so we're good. I'm going to put a fixed point in for that, though. Where do I do that? Oh, that's right. We just click right here. The last waypoint, fix info, and it's going to be the Victor India Romeo 76, and I want to do a radius of 100, and we'll do 108. Alright, so right about there, that's where we're going to start, hopefully, descending. I'm going to step away for a second. Hopefully ATC doesn't come over right as I'm away. But I'll catch it. I have my thing open so I can see the messages. So we're going to be descending pretty soon, so start thinking about putting your seats in the upright position and your store your tray tables. Start putting your any carry-ons, laptop stuff, put that away. And we'll be landing in probably half an hour.
Avianca A382, expect Victor India Romeo ILS uniform approach runway 34, report when ready for descent.
Alright, they gave us, expect the VOR or Victor India Romeo ILS uniform approach, runway 34, report when ready. Okay, so I'm going to overview these, figure out where I want to park, and here's the turn we go. Parking, I want to do a, we want to get a gate. Let's see if I, nope. Okay, so I have no idea what that parking is, but alright.
Expect Victor India Romeo ILS uniform approach runway 34. Report when ready for descent of Avianca A382. LA Pod Center, Boliviana 443. A copy 1. Departure at flight level 2.
I like as soon as we want to talk to them, then they start talking to other planes.
Boliviana 443, radar contact.
We're going to be flying, I believe Boliviana is the next flight over to Brazil. We'll be on Boliviana.
Continue climb. Flight level 250. Boliviana 443.
In the 737. If I get the 800 and there's a livery for it, we'll be in the 800. If I still only have the 700 or there's only a livery for the 700, we'll be flying the 700. Oh, I'm report ready for descent. Yes, I am ready for descent.
Avianca A382, ready for descent.
Avianca A382, proceed direct Victor India Romeo, maintain.
Ready for
flight
descent, and they're
level
like, yep, no,
390.
just stay at flight level 390. Oh, thank you. But I want to descend. Pretty simple. We're just gonna go, I think, that doesn't seem like we're supposed to go that way.
Cleared Victor India Romeo, ILS, uniform, approach at 3000, runway 34, report established on localizer.
Cleared Victor India Romeo, ILS, uniform.
Okay, so they just cleared us for the approach at 3,000 feet. Does that mean I can descend to 3,000 feet? Yeah, it must. I mean, alright, well, we're going to start descending. We're going to initial 5,000. Turn on the seatbelt signs. And we're going to begin descending.
Ladies and gentlemen, the flight crew has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelt.
You came to Colombia as Alec Sonoma, and now you're Alicia Isabel Carmen Maria Estrada Gonzalez.
To assist with customs at our destination, flight attendants will begin handing out forms momentarily. Please review and complete
so
these
we
forms
are-
and keep them with you for presentation upon
But we're in
arrival.
Bolivia now. Have been for a little bit. And we're coming down into Santa Cruz de la Sierra. which is the largest city and industrial center of Bolivia. A nice, interesting road network, kind of a circular ring roads and everything going on there. Maybe we'll be able to see a little bit of it as we come in. Ugh, frame rate's starting to... Yeah, it's I think it's FS HUD, and I don't think AIG traffic. AIG traffic might be a little better for the frame rate, but it's not as bad as when we were in the Boeing, where we kind of hang up a lot. Kind of wanted to... I wanted to look at fuel. Okay, we're it must be cross-feeding, I think. So we got a little bit of an imbalance, actually. This one, engine 2's used more fuel for some reason. Yeah, it's using from the outer tanks and going into the inner ones. I was trying to see if that matched, because on here you can see the outer tank. It's now feeding into the inner tank, which then goes to the engines. I really wish it would not tilt like that. Sort of a way to quick reset. Two hours ETA for Alicia flying to Florencia from the Galapagos. Pretty cool. Get the hair all crazy. Get the hair all crazy. It's not as crazy as it is after work when I get all that wind going through it all day. The arrival time hasn't really changed to the VOR. Once we get to the VOR, we're going to be, I already kind of went through this, but we'll give you another look. I'll look at this chart. So we're going to get to the VOR, we need to be at 5,000 feet. We've been cleared all the way to the approach, so we don't need to go to the hold. So we're going to make a little turn, 139 degrees, 10 miles out, make a turn back to 339. We'll capture and report that we got the localizer, and we'll come in on the ILS. So 5,000 at the VOR. Once we get to Interior, we want to be at 3,000, and we're going to capture the glide slope right here at 3,000 feet. So between the VOR and Interior, 10 miles out, we need to be 3,000 feet. They cleared us all the way down to 3,000. I'm going to stick with 5,000 here. I don't know if I don't think there's any... It says mandatory 5,000. I don't know if that means we have to be at 5,000 or can be below 5,000. I'm guessing we have to be at 5,000. Let's see, do we have the runway? Runway's at 1,200 feet, so we're kind of way lower than when we took off. We took off about 8,500 feet. Our landing could be at about 1,224. If we have a missed approach, we're going to climb to 4,000 feet, heading 339 to the Victor India Romeo VOR. Then we're going to make a right turn. So I'm trying to figure out what we're doing. Right turn. What, 9 degrees it looks like? 9 degrees out. Enter hold. Oh, okay, yeah, 9 degrees. We're gonna enter the hold. And then Gutag. It's gonna be left turns, yeah, so we're gonna do a left turn hold up there and then request instructions. Probably come back as we're doing the hold, then we'll come out of the hold and come right back here, I would guess, and then do the approach again. Now I have to remember that I changed the way my thrust reversers work, and maybe I'm going to do this differently for both planes. I need to set 2 different profiles, because in the B730, in the Boeing, the PMDG Boeing, you can't toggle, for some reason I can't get the toggle reversers to work. So what I would do in this plane is I hit the toggle button, which is on my throttle. I have a button. I have multiple buttons, like this red one I have on the side where I'd have it on here like a thumb. But then on the front there's a couple buttons. I have one that I have to toggle the reversers. And what that does on this is that when I pull all the way back on to idle, I can hit the toggle and then I can push forward again on the throttle, but it will actually go into this reverse area. So it's not really how you would do it, but just to kind of mimic, you know, get it to do it something. But in the PMDG, I can't get it to work like that. So what I had to do is I had to go hold that button, and that will activate the reversers, and then you can control the power of the reversers with the throttle. So I have to remember I have to do that on this one too, because I have the same profile. I should have 2 separate profiles, because every plane I have there's a little intricacy that I need, and then I get to another plane and I'm on the same profile and it doesn't work as good. And most of the pros, most of the people that are, you know, spend a lot of time setting stuff up good in Flight Simulator, they'll have like a profile for each plane. That way everything can be mapped nicely. But I never get around to doing it very well. There's so many options, and I'm not good with options always. So could be crossing 18,000 feet. Our transition is at flight level 050. I missed the QNH. What was the QNH? We have an ATIS. We can get an ATIS now, probably. Santa Cruz Terminal. Viru approach. No ATIS. Okay. So what did we have on our approach? 1015. Throw that over here. Yeah. In the Airbus, you can't pre-program it, or you can, but you have to bounce off of standard. And then, whereas in the 737, I think even the CRJ, you can program it. It'll have it down here, and then as soon as you hit off a standard, it'll go to what you had it set, preset. Mom basically raised me as a Nina, not a Ninez. What's a Ninez?
begun our final descent into Bolivia. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect any trash one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in the full upright position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat in front of you. Please complete all Wi-Fi related tasks and stow any larger electronics.
Oh, Niñas is our word for Nino. Okay. But she raised you with, you know, wearing dresses and stuff when you first went there. I think that's the airport right there. I think. Possibly. Still quite a ways off. Remember, we're going to be going over the airport and then coming back around. This was so American, like this city right here. Even except for the fact that it seems a little like dirt roads, but I mean, it does kind of seem, I mean, a little bit American right there, like North American, United States American when I say that. That is going to be the city of Montero. That's a pretty. Alright, so there's the airport. We're at about 5,000 feet, looking good. Turned on the landing lights. We're gonna do a cabin check. Alright, seatbelt sign is on. Let's see, I'm just trying to... Where the heck? Alright, reduce the range on this. Alright, constraints display. I also want to get the ILS. So we should be making this turn, yep. Perfect. It looks right on there. Nice, we just got a little bit, got some fog or something. There's the airport. Alright, confirm ILS frequency and course. We did that. Intercept heading, approach mod on. We're not, or mode on, we're not there yet. I'm looking for the constraints, that's what I want. Constraints on. Alright. Okay, 10 miles out. We want flaps 1, so that'll be basically when captured the glide slope and everything. Then we'll set the go around altitude. 3,000, and we're going to continue on down. Probably should have descended. I mean, we're supposed to get 5,000 at the VOR, so it's gonna be, we gotta get down. Start cutting back on the speed.
$2,500.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I would, you know, Jessie like a daughter. Maybe you're her daughter. Or her Iha. Alright, we already did that. I was gonna say we're cleared, but we're already been cleared to the approach. Okay, keep descending here. We need to get to 3,000. I kind of wanted to slow down because you could see how it changed as we slowed down that loop. That loop would have been really big if we were going faster. We wanted, you know, we would have had a hard time getting on the localizer. Now we're gonna have a nice turn. All right, you can see how we're under that. That's where we want to be, so we'll capture it. If we were above it, then we'd be in trouble. I'm gonna turn on wheels. On those. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've had a landing where kind of this fog going on like this. It's been a while. Alright, as soon as we get lined up with the runway, we're going to hit the approach, and we're going to report established on the localizer. I'm also going to go flaps 1. Approach speed is going to be 129. We're actually slow enough that we kind of didn't get this turn as smooth as we could have. Could have done a little higher speed, but I'd rather be slowed down. They didn't say we had to come in at a certain speed for separation, so that's why we're coming in as we are. Well, this area looks a little rough as far as the buildings and stuff loading in. Kind of flying over the outskirts, over Kotak, Terope. The city proper is over there. Unfortunately, we've got a bunch of fog, so we can't really see it very well. Hit approach. Established on localizer.
Established on localizer.
Avianca A382, contact 00 tower 118.6.
Contact Viru tower 118.6. Avianca A382.
Medium auto brake. Landing gear down.
Tower Avianca A382 on final 3-4.
Avianca A382, continue approach.
Continue approach Avianca A382.
Full flaps.
Avianca A382, wind 340 degrees at 3 knots, cleared to land 34.
Cleared to land 34. Avianca A382.
1,000.
Alright, so remember with the Airbus, we actually do have auto land functional if we need it. We're not probably going to need it. We'll cut about 1,000 feet. Gotta match my throttle. Turn off the auto throttle for now. Control that manually.
$500.
Alright, we got a manual.
400. $300. 100 above. 200. Minimum.
Continue.
$100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Avianca A382, when vacated, contact ground 121.9er.
When vacated, contact ground 121.9er. Avianca A382.
Okay, didn't need to come to a
Ladies and
complete
gentlemen,
stop like that.
welcome to Bolivia. The local time is 11:42
So now we're way down the run.
a.m. and it's
Got a little
currently
distracted
about
there,
30
looking out the
degrees
window.
Celsius. You
We
do
could
not
have
use your
easily,
mobile
yeah, we didn't need to really put out
devices.
that.
Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete
Should have paid
stop
attention
and
where
the
that
sign
the
is
exit
turned
was,
off.
so we're
Remember
gonna
to use caution
roll down
when
this
opening
runway.
overhead bins, as items may have
Got
shifted
stopped a
during
little
the
too
flight.
quick.
We thank you for flying with us, and we hope to see you again soon.
Get all the way down here to Bravo. Now we need to slow down.
Viru ground. Avianca A382. Runway vacated with Bravo.
Avianca A382.
There's a Boliviana right there.
205 Bravo.
Taxi to
Oh, taxiing via Bravo.
Via Bravo. Avianca A382.
TCAS, ATC. In the flaps. And start getting the APU going. Not a lot of other traffic here except for that Boliviano parked. I don't know where that Boliviano was parked. It was parked in some other area. Not even cargo or anything. Alright, let's turn. There is no parking 20 technically, so I don't know.
Ground 7714, runway vacated with Bravo.
Really?
7714, taxi 2, parking 22, via Bravo.
I don't see another plane though.
Taxi 2,
Lies.
22, via Bravo.
Lies.
7714.
That'd be cool. I don't. Sometimes they'll do that too, where it's like there's another plane, but it's not there. So, oh well. Yeah, again, some of the stuff is from GSX, it looks like. I mean, it's got the labeling and names on stuff, so... But I don't think it works. Alright, parking brake set. We're gonna... Let's see if we can do GSX. Let's see if it works. Probably not. Yep, scripting hasn't started. Why? So I updated it, now it doesn't work. Alright. Fine, be that way. Okay, so we're gonna go through the... After landing, should have turned off the weather radar. We didn't. Predictive wind shear can come off now as well. Turn on the APU bleed. We'll turn off the taxi lights. We're at the gate. We don't need them. APU bleed on. Parking brake is set. Anti-ice off. If not available, external power. We don't need external power, but we can call for it. And we're gonna turn off the engines. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's causing all these jetways to be broken too. So, oh well. We're gonna connect. Alright, we have external power, so we're going to turn off the bleed, the APU, beacon light off, strobe light should have been set to auto. Passengers are going to start deboarding once we are connected. Seatbelt signs are off, fuel pumps can come off. And, alright, we're connected, we'll turn off the navigation as well. Pure oxygen supply. Start getting those passengers. Pretty good here. Right, see passengers starting to come off. They're also coming off the Pack X automatically. If we had... Oh! Okay. Yeah, these are GSX stuff. I need to turn on my rotation. But they're not, there's no carts in there. I don't know if that's because he's going to take them off. But if GSX was working, there'd actually be a person taking carts off. Here, there'd be baggage coming off. There'd be a worker taking baggage off. Fortunately, none of that's working. But there's some of the stuff for GSX is here. So I kind of like it that the stuff is available. Unfortunately, it's just not working right now because for some reason the script isn't on. So it would have, I think it would have actually looked pretty good with the A32NX. So maybe later today we'll see what happens, what my plan is, but maybe I'll get another A32NX flight in, get the GSX to work. So I think it will work better with an A32NX plane versus the like Boeing that gets a little confused because PMDG has its own stuff. Alright, so passengers are deboarding. While they are doing that, we're going to go out here. And I'm going to bring up Volanta so we can do a review of the flight. Where are you? There it is. Alright, we're the 4th person to arrive at Viru International Airport. Who knew it was so popular? And there it is. Flew through a little bit there. Landing rate, negative 207.93. Not terrible, not great. Flight time, 3 hours 33 minutes. Block time, just under 4 hours. So, good flight there. Nothing to complain about. And now I'm going to bring up the world map for the world tour. There it is, every country and territory we've been to so far. And let's kind of zoom in to South America. And reveal Bolivia. There it is. Alright, so next flight we're going to be opening up Brazil. We're going to fly down to Sao Paulo, which I think is going to be down in this area. So that's going to be the next world tour flight. I'm going to, once we end this stream, just pay attention if you guys want to watch another stream. It might come up, might be some coloring, might be something like that, might be another flight, but I don't think we'll get another world tour flight in because the next one to Sao Paulo I think is about 3 hours, and that'd be about a 4-hour stream to do, and I don't know if we'll have time for that. I kind of want to take my wife out mini golfing or something. So I'm gonna go and take care of the baby for a while, eat some lunch. Alicia just finished breakfast and has a delicious chocolate chip cookie. Maybe I need to make some. I need to get some stuff to make chocolate chip cookies or something. I'll have to do that one of these days. All right, passengers are all off on Pack X. It's still coming off on the plane itself, but since they're off on Pack X, let's. I think I can show that. Here's Pack X. We'll end the flight. See all of our passengers. Garcia de Freitas. I always like the names because the names are kind of a mix of names from their localized names. They're really cool. Very satisfied, 98%. That's pretty good. Comments, totally telling my friends about this airline. I wish I didn't have that extra shot of rum. And I'm glad World Tour continues to impress. Yeah, I'm glad that we got a 200 or so landing rate. That's right where you kind of want it. A little bit lower would have been nice, but you don't want to be too soft and float down the runway. Yep. Alright, so that's it. That's it for the flight. Thanks for coming along. For sure there'll be a stream next Friday at 6 a.m. We'll be flying over to Brazil. But keep an eye out. There might be some streams during the week. Maybe even a stream later this afternoon, some other flight. But we'll save the World Tour flight for 6 a.m. next Friday. And we'll be on Boliviana. I forget what the full name of the airline is. We'll be on Boliviana flying from here to Sao Paulo, Brazil. So until next time, happy flying and take care.